Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcomed in the Department of Architecture in El Shrouk Academy in our first online conference on resilience in architectural education, evolution of architecture education. Now, the welcome and opening speech is for Professor Dr. Manal Yahya, the chairman of the conference and the head of the department.
On behalf of the Architectural Engineering Department at El Shrouk Academy, it's my honor to welcome you at the opening of the Architectural Engineering Department's first scientific conference entitled Resilience in Architectural Education. I'm pleased to thank all participants and attendees for sharing their pioneering experiences. Dear gentlemen, as the new corona pandemic, COVID-19 overran the barriers of time and space, the calls for distance learning, which accompanied the spread of the virus, came to sweep over the barriers of space and time. The overrun of place made the absence of fixed spatial barriers and excused the rise to different worlds through the vast internet networks. And the overrun of time possessed the tools to get rid of the routine of coming and going and crowding out others in search of speedy access to space that was narrower than the spaciousness of minds could bear. Throughout the globe, there has been a rapid change in multiple aspects that require prompt action coping with these changes and challenges. Educational systems need to be resilient to changes and crises happening all over the world. Resilience in educational systems and contexts has significantly emerged due to current situation of environmental changes, adversities, and crises. Architecture education must cope with these changes in order to have the capacity to deliver the intended outcomes. In response to the global COVID-19 pandemic, decision-making became challenging as all decisions that are made today in the context of COVID-19 will have long-term consequences. The pandemic has forced a significant change in the traditional teaching systems that needed to shift away from physical interaction to distance learning. So, our conference aims at sharing knowledge on the resilience of architectural education systems and the raised opportunities due to current challenges. Moreover, it aims at presenting the best distance learning practices in higher education universities and institutions in the field of architecture. It focuses on bringing together academia and practitioners to contribute in filling the gap between theoretical knowledge and professional practice in the context of current challenges and crises. The conference will discuss over the course of sessions 4 main themes. First, post-pandemic architectural education transformation. Second, digitalization of architectural education. Third, transformation of assessment method. Fourth, best distance learning practices in higher education university and institute. In light of the themes, the conference will conclude with recommendations toward an effective strategy for distance architecture education. Thank you.
Now, it's the time of the welcome speech of Professor Dr. Mu'taz Tolba, the Dean of the Higher Institute of Engineering, El Shrouk Academy, and the Chairman of the Architecture Division in the Egyptian Engineering Syndicate.
Good afternoon, respected members of beloved team. Let me first express how honored I am to be among you at the opening of the first conference for the development of architectural education, implement of the climate set by the United Nations for achieving sustainable development, together with the implementation of the Egyptian government plan for 2030, which clearly takes into consideration the recovery set by the Ministry of Higher Education, Quality Accreditation Authority of Arab Engineers and the Architecture Division of the Egyptian Engineering Syndicate. I am pleased to announce that the Shuru Institute in affiliation with the Supreme Council of Universities has been preparing the plans for architectural education development for the past 2 years. Yet, due to the current pandemic, we had to hasten the development of such plans. This fact enable our graduate and undergraduate students to participate in a virus specialized activities via social media and to excel at them too. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that we can all come out through this conference with effective recommendation that will smooth the path toward a higher quality architectural education. Thank you. أستاذن حضراتكم في إلقاء كلماتي كرئيس الشعبة المعمارية في نقابة المهندسين المصرية باللغة العربية لغتنا الأم. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم عبر الفيديو كونفرنس مشاركا المعهد العالي للهندسة بأكاديمية الشروق، والتي تعد أول أكاديمية حاصلة على جودة التعليم وما زالت. ويشرفني أن أكون اليوم مشاركا وملبيا للدعوة الكريمة بحضور المؤتمر الدولي الأول للمعهد المحاصل اليوم بعنوان التعليم المحترف مع هذه الكوكبة من أساتذة الجامعات والعلماء المهتمين بهذا الشأن. إن التعليم الهندسي رسالة وعلم بدأت مع قدماء المصريين، ونحن القرن ال21 نناقش الجوانب العلمية والعملية التي نسعى بها لتطوير المهنة من خلال تطوير المنظومة التعليمية للعلوم الهندسية وتطبيق أحدث التقنيات. إن هذا المؤتمر الذي يعد الأول من نوعه فرصة كبيرة لبحث التحديات التي تواجه التعليم الهندسي المعماري في مصر، والذي أتوقع أن يصدر عنه توصيات هامة وفعالة تكون أساسا لما هو قادر وما نتطلع إليه من تصحيح للمسار. يؤخذ هذا المؤتمر الهام في الوقت الذي حققت فيه مصر نهضة غير مسبوقة وطفرة كبرى على مدار ال6 سنوات الحالية من خلال ما تم من إنجازات في مجالات التنمية الاقتصادية والمجتمعية، بما يشمل مجالات الطاقة والبترول والغاز الطبيعي والإسكان والبنية التحتية والمرافق والطرق والموانئ والتحول الرقمي لكافة أنظمة العمل بالدولة المصرية، حيث ارتفعت معدلات النمو إلى 3.5% وانخفضت معدلات التضخم إلى 5.7%، وتم تحقيق استقرار اقتصادي واضح نابع من الاستقرار السياسي. وقد أثبت المهندس المعماري المصري براعته وكفاءته في تنفيذ هذه المشروعات التنموية الكبرى والتغلب بإصراره على كافة الساحات في ظل إدارة ورؤية واضحة واستراتيجية واعدة لتحقيق الهدف المنشود. وتحية إعزاز وتقدير لكل معماري مصر الأوفياء الذين يساهمون في هذه النقلة النوعية التاريخية التي تشهدها البلاد، فيما يتم تنفيذه على جميع الأصعدة من مشروعات عملاقة وتنمية مجتمعية واقتصادية في كافة المجالات تدفع مصر بقوة نحو تحقيق التنمية المستدامة والاستقرار الاقتصادي والسياسي.
ومنهم المعهد العالي للهندسة بالشروق. أن انعقاد هذا المؤتمر لمناقشة تطوير منظومة التعليم الهندسي المعماري بمعهدكم اليوم يعتبر سبقا هاما لما يواجه التعليم الهندسي المعماري في مصر من تحديات كبيرة، وخاصة مع وجود فائض في أعداد الخريجين عن حاجة سوق العمل، بالإضافة إلى تباين مستوى الخريجين عاما بعد عام. فأصبح هناك ضرورة ملحة لتحديد احتياجات سوق العمل من المهندسين بالتعاون مع الجهات المعنية بالدولة. ولا يفوتني في هذا الجمع الكريم أن أشير إلى ضرورة الاهتمام البالغ بالتطوير والمراجعة المستمرة لمناهج التعليم الهندسي بما يتواكب مع التطورات السريعة في مجال التكنولوجيا، وخاصة الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والتي بدأت بالروبوتات وللذكاء الاصطناعي وتكنولوجيا النانو. وينتظر العالم اليوم الثورة الصناعية الخامسة. قد أخذنا بالفعل في نقابة المهندسين المصرية المبادرة، حيث نتجه إلى تطبيق التحول الرقمي الشامل للخدمات النقابية التي تقدم للمهندس وأسرته. وعلى صعيد آخر، تقوم الشعبة المعمارية بنقابة المهندسين حاليا بتقييم الموقف طبقا لمتطلبات سوق العمل، كذلك وضع قواعد جدية في إصدار تراخيص مزاولة المهنة، حيث جاري تعديل لائحة مزاولة المهنة للمهندسين لتشمل تحديد مستويات المزاولة على مراحل أساسها سنوات الخبرة في التخصص والكفاءة واجتياز الاختبارات الخاصة واستيفاء شروط مزاولة المهنة بدءا من إصدار السجل وحتى بيع الخبرة. ليبدأ المهندس المعماري منذ تخرجه حتى 3 سنوات، ثم بالقيد في النقابة، ثم يقوم بعمل امتحان ليحصل على درجة مهندس ممارس، وبعدها ب5 سنوات يقوم بالامتحان ليحصل على درجة مهندس أخصائي، ليكون أمضى 8 سنوات، ثم يقوم بالامتحان بعد 7 سنوات للحصول على درجة الاستشاري. وأود أن أتقدم لحضراتكم ببعض التوصيات والمقترحات الهامة للنظر والتوصية بها، وأمل أن تساهم بشكل فعال في تحقيق التوازن بين أعداد الخريجين وكفاءتهم وسوق العمل، من حيث تعديل المناهج الدراسية لتتواكب مع التقنيات الحديثة في مختلف العلوم الهندسية الحديثة والثورة الصناعية الرابعة، المراجعة المستمرة للمناهج التعليمية وكفاءات أعضاء هيئة التدريس ومعاونيهم من حيث القدرة البحثية لتواكب التطور التكنولوجي السريع، بالإضافة إلى تجهيز المعامل بحث التقنيات العلمية الحديثة للمعاونة في صقل قدرات الطالب قبل تخرجه لسوق العمل. ومن الملفت للانتباه إنه مع الدعاوي لضرورة التباعد نجد أن التواصل قد زاد بيننا، من خلال عدد ليس بقليل من الأنشطة التي تمارس عن بعد أونلاين، وأتاحت الفرصة لأن يجتمع ويشارك معماريين كثيرين من دول مختلفة كان يصعب تجمعهم في الظروف العادية. شملت المشاركات على الكثير من المحاولات والاجتهادات للتعامل مع هذه الأزمة. السيدات والسادة الحضور، كنت أتمنى أن نتشارك بالحضور لولا ظروف الجائحة. وفي نهاية كلمتي أتوجه بعظيم الشكر والتقدير باسمي واسم الشعبة المعمارية بنقابة المهندسين المصرية لجميع السادة الحضور على حسن ودقة التنظيم، مع تمنياتي بالتوفيق للمؤتمر وأن تكلل هذه الجهود بالنجاح، وأدعو الله أن يوفقنا جميعا كفريق عمل واحد لرفعة شأن بلدنا الحبيب مصر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thanks, Dr. Mu'taz, for your valuable speech. Now, the speech is for the Professor Dr. Namir Ekel in the MSA University. The title of his speech is about post-pandemic architecture education transformation.
دكتور نمير، حضرتك اتفضل. حضرتك احنا عملنا شير للبرزنتيشن بتاعت حضرتك، وحضرتك you're online معانا. اتفضل.
طيب، مساء الخير جميعا. انا صحيح اعددت البرزنتيشن بتاعي او السبيتش بالانجليزي، فمعلش هتكلم باللغه الانجليزيه. العنوان بتاعي واللي هو احد المحاور او المحور الاول في المؤتمر اللي هو متعلق بالبوست بانديميك اركيتكتشر education transformation. اللي بعده لو سمحت. The importance of this online international conference is that we are here to give our viewpoint on a very crucial issue we are facing nowadays. It affects our life and our profession as architects. Teaching and learning architecture needs to cope with the advancement in science and technology. It also needs to be more flexible and resilient. The curriculum needs radical changes. Design studios are no longer rooted solely on the drawing table, the computer, or the whiteboard, and the e-podium are not enough. Given that, we are required to answer the following questions. How should the form, size, furniture, and equipment of a studio to be like in the future? This is a very important question. I'm proposing that we can have a special conference on this subject. Next, please. I would like to thank the Architectural Department, Higher Institute of Engineering in Al-Shuruq City, and most notably Professor Manal Yahya, Head of Architecture Department, and the organizing team for organizing this important conference on the resilience in architectural education, as well as inviting me to present my views on the subject, which is post-pandemic architectural education transformation. Next, please. It seems the world never changes drastically unless an important event, a revolution, a major war, or new innovations in science and technology happen. The classical system of Beaux-Arts architectural education in France was based on the atelier. The Industrial Revolution led to establishing the Bauhaus approach, which transformed the atelier to a studio workshop which combined technology and art. Ever since, it seems to me that architectural education has been reactive rather than proactive. Resilience in architecture, in education, therefore, translates to the ability of being ready for different situations. I mean, the flexibility and resilience will give this, it's very important nowadays. Though design is at the core of architectural education, we concentrate on the product, not the process. In a research paper entitled An Evaluation of Online Architectural Design, studios during COVID-19 outbreak feedback shows that students think the most prominent benefit of online studios appears in the use of digital tools. Another important observation is that if students are equipped with the necessary tools and given the chance to realize themselves, students can work efficiently even at a distance. In another paper entitled, What Will Architecture Design Look Like After COVID-19? Flexible and Resilient, it's clear that building for resilience and flexibility, if the virus is sustained, will be a fundamental element of architecture education. Next, please. أنا عايز أنزل Okay. Challenges for online learning. Access to software from off-campus sites. Need for high-speed broadband internet connections. Home settings for many instructors that do not support teaching engagement. Internships and training that are severely limited or non-existent. Some institutions undergoing severe hardship from lack of resources and online infrastructure. In some fields of study, it was relatively easy to move the content of their courses from the whiteboard to Zoom, meeting the PowerPoint meetings, Zoom meetings, and PowerPoint. But students of architecture face a greater challenge as they were deprived of their creative space, the design studio. What is design studio teaching? Design studio teaching is the heart of learning architecture, since it provides a creative space for students to interact with their materials as well as one another. Design studio is a social learning environment where instructors and students interact in physical space within the scope of the studio. Thus, the students are able to learn from the instructor as well as from each other. This is, of course, the traditional studio or the existing studio before COVID-19. The design studio in the age of COVID-19, the spirit of the design studio was one thing that could not simply be transferred into an online class. Students had to find their creativity and inspiration while being locked indoors. The idea of shared creative spaces was replaced by the self-sufficiency of working for one's own room or home office. Students are turning their residences into creative spaces, so there is no longer need to look for inspiration outside. How should we reshape architecture school in a post-COVID-19 world? Schools should become adaptive systems that do not strive to stay the same. They should embed change, flexibility, and adaptation as part of their curriculum structure, design studio practices, and teaching and learning processes. Building for virus resilience and flexibility will be a fundamental element of architecture design going forward. How should we reshape architecture schools in a post-COVID-19 world? There is a need to access the use of different experiences in lectures, studios, workshops, and labs, as well as evaluate the degree of students and staff satisfaction. This can be done by using samples, statistical surveys, questionnaires, interviews, etc. Exchange research results between different educational institutions, provide educational spaces with effective internet facilities and Zoom sessions. Provide training for staff, students, and technicians for different computer programs, software, and equipments. Yesterday in MSA, we had a training session which some of our colleagues show us some new or some different programs or softwares for quiz making, for active learning, it was really very interesting. We are learning more and more about these subjects. Provide design studios with digital cameras, scanners, digitizers, and 3D printing facilities and laser cut tools for model making. Next, please. Survey about impact of COVID-19 on design studio in UK. I will present here this one in UK, another one in Turkey, and also my experience, another third survey in MSA studios. This survey was conducted by so-and-so at the University of Bath. The target was the teaching staff and students representing 25 universities, nearly 800 students and scores of instructions. The key findings: satisfaction with learning fell by 58% when it moved to remote. Studio culture was significantly damaged. Only 7% of students and 4% of faculty preferred remote delivery over face-to-face teaching. Most students recognized the studio physical environment as necessary to learning. Peer learning and support were most negatively affected. Mental health impacts from isolation and lack of peer support were heavily emphasized. Thus, working remotely highlighted resource disparity for delivering professional architectural education. This study was in UK. This survey in Turkey, this, yes. The one before that. Yes. No. The one in Turkey, I've seen it now. Yes. Target architecture students, 1, 2, 3, and 4 years. Key findings includes using digital tools such as Zoom, Skype, and others. They barely think that the online studios strengthen their sense of belonging, socializations to their instructors and friends. Have the opportunity to watch the recorded session of the online critique and juries. Help them to realize their ability to be productive under sudden changing conditions. First-year students are more optimistic about online studio than other students. I think those are the Z generation. That might be an area of development for the online design studios, or encourage the design of hybrid studio environment. Next, please. This is now what we experienced in MSA. The first case is the graduation project last semester. In spring September 2020, because of the spread of pandemic coronavirus, the government decided to close the universities and all the institutions of higher education. It was 100% online using two software, Zoom, and in MSA we are using Moodle as a learning tool where the students can upload his or her work, sketches, and projects. Staff can see, correct, chat, upload comments, make announcement, and even attend office hours through this program. Next, please. Also, the following measures were applied to facilitate the learning process. Office hours were scheduled along with extra office hours. Whenever there was a need, those were announced by the staff using Moodle or by email from the student. For the final jury, presentation and discussion were conducted at the university in the studio using data show. Students had to wait outside the studio and were called in one by one, not to have crowdness in the jury space. Next, please. Experience, again, I'm in the same, but now this is another course. This is Design 7. It was the last design course before graduation. The university decided as a policy for the faculties to divide the students in two groups. One group constituting half the enrolled students were allowed to attend on campus every other week, while the remaining half would go online. Both groups would alternate. The method and tools used for the graduation design project mentioned above were applied. ePodium as first used in the studio learning process. It was followed by Moodle as a program to facilitate e-learning both in studio and distant learning. Currently, Zoom is successfully used for distant learning. I found myself that this experience was much better than the complete isolation at home or distant learning. Next, please. It seems the world never changes drastically unless an important event, a revolution, a major war, or new innovation in science and technology happens. I'm sorry, I think I needed to show you the statistics of the two, the graduation project and the feedback of the students and the instructor answers. Can we see the slide after this one, please? Next, 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 next. Yes, next. Did I send the wrong one? Yes, here. Those are the results for the survey of Design 7. We distributed the questionnaire. The first question was, how do you prefer to have the design session, online or in class or hybrid? That means both the 50-50 teaching. The second question was, tell us your opinion about online learning. Why do you prefer it or not? Write 1 to 3 comments. Can we see the statistics, please? Yes. We can find here we have 31% for the 50-50 and 43% for the the studio, in-studio teaching, and the 26 for the distant learning. Can we see? We had a sample of 51 students. For the instructors, the in-class or in-studio is the major, 50%, and the online learning is 20%, and the 50-50 is 30%. I voted for the 50-50 system because it reduces the number of students, the crowdness of students in the studio, especially when we have a big number of students. Okay, let's go back to the presentation. I think we went through this. We went through this one. No, the one after. Yes, here is one of the studio sessions for the 50-50. My colleague Shadi Shawqi, Saif Nasr, and I am wearing the cap behind him. We have the masks, all of us, and the students. And we are using also, or Dr. Shadi is using a separate camera with a column where we can enlarge or show a sketch or a drawing by the student and making discussions about the models and so on and so forth. Next, please. We went through this one and that one, okay. Okay, now how this is affecting, I mean, the pandemic, how is it affecting the standards of buildings, and this will be also for the professionals and for the students who are using the same standards. Different books and references for building types and standards will be reconsidered. Theories, principles, and standards will be revised. Personal and bubble space will become the norm. Public and semi-public spaces will assume greater importance. Concepts of social distance and its effect on interior and exterior space design will be prominent. Next. I think we're very far away in Shuruk. There's a lag in time or what? Next, please. Yes. Also in the profession, we can see the masters or the stars of international scene like Frank Gehry, Schumacher, Zaha Hadid, Wolf Briggs. They are using, sometimes software from the drawing and manufacturing of aeroplanes, the CATIA software of Thomson Company, which Frank Gehry used for the Biblau Museum.
Professor Namir, we are sorry to tell you have only 2 minutes remaining because we have to stick to the conference schedule.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try to make it quickly. Robotics will be used for the execution of buildings and so on. Next, please. Yes, these are some models showing how the inner spaces will be affected in schools or educational buildings. Next. In cafes and restaurants to be outside on the ground floor or up on the rooftop to be in the open air. Next. This is an office building. To the left is a company where the stations, the red is not occupied, and the green is occupied to keep distance. And it's a home-like atmosphere of the office, and they can communicate with the online or the distance communication. Next, please. For office spaces. For retail shops and stores. Next, please. I need extra time for this. Okay. Next, please. I will come to the conclusions, recommendations and conclusions. Yes, recommendation. Since design is a rational and thoughtful process, this is concerning the curriculum. Please, can we go back to the recommendation, please? Can I continue? Hello? Could you give me the permission for 2 minutes more?
Yes, sure. Okay, one more minute, please, because we have architect Thomas Bonnier waiting for you to finish your presentation. Okay, so you have.
Let's go to the conclusions after this one. You know, sometimes I'm not using it because there is this lag. Please. Yes. Need to revise the old curriculum. Need to have a high-tech type of studio. And to search for new software to facilitate the education online and distance, exchange views from other experiences in Egypt. I'm also inviting the schools of architecture in Egypt, who are around 50 or something like that, to make a union of schools of architecture to meet and discuss twice a year or so to discuss, to make focus on special problems in architecture education. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the delay.
Thanks, Dr. Numayr. Now the speech is from Professor, for the architect Thomas Bonnier, the presenter of International Union of Architects. The title of the speech, The Challenging Picture for Architecture Education.
Thank you. I'm very, very happy to be with you. I want to extend greetings to all of my friends and colleagues and to express my admiration for this very interesting program that you've done today. You know, my understanding is that we're discussing the implications of remote learning for the teaching of architecture. And I just want to congratulate El Shorouk for taking on this very interesting and important subject. I know that many of us are used to an environment where we can all be together in the same place, studying, working together, and learning. But in fact, the reality today is much more like this. And so we are distant from one another and without an opportunity to see one another regularly. It's very interesting that in the medical profession, doctors are now regularly seeing patients remotely and by video and audio connection conducting various kinds of diagnoses and treatments remotely. And you will find, if you look into the literature of medicine, a great deal of information about the proper approach to virtual consultations and how to conduct medical visits and interviews and consultations using telephone and video. And there are very extensive guidelines that have been established for medical practitioners, not only medical doctors, but nurses, other kinds of practitioners, dividing up areas of discipline and conducting best practices in what they describe as a virtual medical clinic. And there's some literature and guidance on this, and I've taken some examples to show you very briefly. It seems to me that Professor Haikal was, in a way, discussing MSA and other approaches, going into exactly what I think is an interesting approach to discussing the implications of remote learning. Architecture has certain dimensions in education and certain kinds of settings, some of which lend themselves well to digital tools and to remote learning, some of which do not. And so we have learned, I think, over time, some lessons about how to be effective as presenters and how to use tools like Zoom and Meeting and Skype and others effectively. But sometimes we don't follow those lessons very well. And so I suppose a first comment from me is simply that we should probably try to be more disciplined in how we use these tools. You know, the joy of learning about architecture is something that starts at an early age, and I hope that we will be able, through seminars like this one, through discussions like the one we are having now, that we'll be able to retain that joy. One of the great advantages of digital age and of these tools like Meeting and Zoom and Skype is that we do meet people that we would probably never meet otherwise. And we have an opportunity to talk with people we might not otherwise meet, and that's a great advantage. So I close my remarks to you today only in wishing you well on behalf of the International Union of Architects and expressing my appreciation for the content of the seminar. The content is very interesting for our profession, for academia, for me personally, and for my colleagues around the world. And I extend my well wishes to you and my greetings and my hope for a very good seminar. Thank you.
Thomas, hi. In behalf of Egyptian, I'd like to welcome.
Hello, Saif. Nice to see you.
For your very good speech. Now, the speech is for Professor Dr. Magda Mustafa, the co-director of the UNESCO RAE Architecture, Education and Communication Commission, and the co-reporter of the UNESCO UIA Validation Council. The title of the speech, Architecture Education, Post-Pandemic Shift, Realities and Responsibilities.
Thank you, Dr. Manel. I'll just need I think someone needs to close their mic so that we don't get this feedback. I'm just trying to share my screen. I don't know if you can now see my screen or not. I may need permission to share my screen.
We don't see it, Magda. Were you able to see mine when I showed it?
I was able to see yours, yes, Tom. I'll leave and join the call again. If you'll just wait for me for one moment, I'll be right back again. I think that's probably best to reset.
Yeah, good idea.
Very good support. While Magda prepare herself, I think that everybody very happy about Thomas' intervention and what you said, included that you support all the practitioners and academicians in the world, especially for architecture, urban planning, I think UIA made a very strong contribution in this situation, especially by all this online communication. My special thanks for Thomas Bonnier about his contribution, and UIA bodies and all your cooperation, especially in UIA headquarters and other work groups.
Well, thank you,
And also,
Saif.
of course, Magda, she did a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm very interested to see the content of this program, and especially Professor Haikal. I was very interested in what's going on in Saudi Arabia and the thinking about how to accommodate the challenge of not being able to gather in a traditional way for learning about architecture. I hope we will come back in some measure to the former way of learning, but I think we've also gained some new insights about potential that will last well beyond the pandemic. So it's a very good time for architecture to be reflecting. I think we can learn from other professions, and we can also teach some things to other professions. So, congratulations, Saif. Congratulations, El Sharouk. It's a very good program.
I'm a little.
Especially that we have
that
very good chance.
We're having
some. Yes, Magda.
It seems that we're having some technical problems with the permissions for me to share. If someone can provide me with an email, I'll share my presentation. You can share it from your end. It's a small presentation.
Doctor, you can send it here and I will share it.
May I ask?
Where is here?
Where is here? Ready?
In the chat, the team chat.
If your file is ready, I think when you make share, it will appear.
It should, but for some reason, I think there's some permission settings on some of the users, and I don't even have a chat option. So I'll need an email. That I know there's an assistant that has been helping me. If he can send me an email address, I'll do that right away.
Can we move to another speaker?
Excuse me, we have to stick to the plan because the other professors are ready for their presentations on time. So I guess now Dr. Magda will send the presentation to the team here and they will share it for her.
Excellent.
Good. Good.
So maybe we can talk together if you like.
Yes.
I mean, I think that
Nomer, I am very happy to see you and to follow your presentation. I'd like to add something about what you present, especially for curriculum and what's the skills you needed, 50-50, 53-30. I think we have a very good opportunity for this young generation. They have very good skills in e-learning.
Yes.
About education, maybe to be from professor to student, but also we have a very smart communication by young Egyptian architects, undergraduate, to communicate professor by e-learning.
Yes.
Basically, that university provide learning, not education. It provide learning, not education. Education, it's maybe common grant curriculum or courses, maybe no more than 20%. But it's most of that, it's theoretical thing. But 70% of that need a communication, and the generation have a very good, they are very clever together.
Yes, communication skills, yes. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You're
we
right.
don't need to learn them by that. They learn us. They learn us more than we learn him. Anyway, I think this e-learning is a very good opportunity to spread experience, transfer between different generations and different countries and different cultures. I think Thomas Bonnier happy about this diversity and integrity between regions, national section, academician, practitioners. That's our aims in UIA, to make a very strong relation between culture and region and experience, different experience.
Yes,
you think that about, you speak about Francophone Atelier system and you don't know about American learning system, but anyway, I think there will be good opportunity to merging all that to be in a universal way, but also not in global, but in the global and local interaction.
Yes. Well, I think that the modes of learning should be changed. It should be more flexible. Okay. I mean, if we can make education on more of a smaller semesters, in a way that we can also extend it to a continuous education, because it's not only what we learn at the university at the end of the road. No, our profession is very, very active and ever changing with time, and needs always to renew our knowledge and our skills, especially the young generations. And we have to look for
culture.
Sorry?
And culture, as a culture environment.
Yes, yes. So we have to think of learning of more flexible and more small packages that you can pass, and then you can, at a certain point, achieve your degree or obtain your degree or degrees. So, but this way of 4 years, 5 years, and it's really limiting the chances for the students or the learners to go out and come back to the academia and so on. Practice is very important, internships, very important, continuous education. We have to be more open to this. We shouldn't be so rigid in universities like we do now. This is my point.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just so we don't delay this longer, I've sent my presentation a few moments ago. I just want to confirm from the team in Shurut that they've received it and maybe they can display it. I'm still not getting permission to share my screen for some reason. I apologize, these things happen. But the team there should have it now. If they can share it from their end, from the email that Mustafa sent me, we should be able to proceed. But I think this delay has given us a chance for some discussion, because when I was texting the team in Shurut earlier this morning and asked them, when do you plan a Q&A? And they said there is no Q&A. So it's a good opportunity that we have a moment to discuss. It's great to see you, Tom. Thank you for taking the time to come in and make this welcome and introduction. I think it's been exactly a year since you and I met in person last in Paris at our offices at the UIA offices. Yeah. So it's almost been exactly a year since we've met, and it's always wonderful to see you. And I'm very grateful for this invitation and grateful for Tom's suggestion that I join the conversation around the post-pandemic shift and the changes that we've made. So I'll be speaking from the perspective of our work at the UIA. As the co-director of the Education Commission, I work closely with my colleague Marilise Nepomeci and a group of members that represent broadly all UIA's 5 regions. We work closely with Tom, our president, and the team at the UIA, and we've been very much concerned and involved in conversation around what the future will bring around this post after the pandemic, and what will shift and what will change and what will hopefully go back to more normal. If we can have the next slide. Thank you. So a very interesting thing happened almost exactly a year ago in architectural education. We were pushed into a global social experiment of a scale that would have been impossible for any researcher to really create in reality. We have all been under the same circumstances almost instantaneously overnight, and it really has forced a very accelerated incubation of ideas around architectural education and teaching that we have long been discussing. So for almost a decade now, and UIA was actually in the midst of having a digital conversation at that meeting at the end of January 2020 that I was just referring to in my discussion with Tom. We were discussing the role that the digital could play moving forward into roles like validation and accreditation globally, reduction of costs, reduction of carbon footprint, and so on and so forth. So it's something as educators we have been aware of and talking about. We've dreamed of working in paperless studios. We've dreamed of multiple hyper collaborative spaces where we could have individuals from all over the globe come in and co-teach our studios with us. And all of this was theoretical, and there were a few spots of actual practice where it was happening, but overnight we were thrust into the necessity to actually make these research ideas or these hypotheticals a reality. So there was an accelerated incubation period, and we very quickly moved from the traditional studio model to, if we can move to the next slide, please, to our reality, which, next slide. Our reality, which is this online impersonal matrix of squares on a page or squares on a screen. And the screen has become this barrier between us and our students. And very quickly at the UIA and across the global architectural education landscape, if we can move to the next slide. Can we move to the next slide, please? We very quickly revolved around a few key questions that we were already trying to think hopefully and optimistically beyond the pandemic, in addition, of course, to scrambling to figure out solutions whilst we were in the midst of the pandemic. We very quickly shifted our thinking to what would happen next. And what are the gains of this type of online, purely virtual, purely digital architectural education experiences? What are the things that we've lost? What will the new normal be? And most importantly, what are the lessons that we can learn and take forward from this crisis? And as the saying goes, never let a good crisis go to waste. We would be remiss not to take a moment to reflect on the possible benefits, the possible strategies and tools that could be effective moving forward, making architectural education perhaps more accessible, more powerful, more resilient, more flexible, more adaptable. There are many benefits, I think, if we are smart and work together and share experiences broadly, that we can make architectural education better moving out of this crisis. Next slide, please. So there were a number of gains and losses that we very quickly across the architectural education community began to identify. Some of the pros or gains that we have is some time efficiency. Commute times were cut down tremendously, travel in general. I think I've spoken in more countries in the past 12 months than I have ever before, although my travel schedule is typically very busy. Tom's is even more so. But I know I've been in multiple meetings with Thomas in different countries all over the world in the span of a few hours. So time efficiency and agility to engage in different contexts in a very efficient way is one of the gains that we found. The ability to connect across borders. Many of us in architectural education have done things that we could have always done, but this pandemic has forced us now to do. We've brought in guest speakers. We've been able to convene conversations like this that cross borders, that bring in expertise and exchange knowledge in a way that is much more flexible. There have been some fundamental sustainability gains, reduced energy consumption, both on the operation of our learning spaces, but also the reduction of commuting times. A lot of those gains, however, have been shifted into the cost that individuals have to bear in setting up their own technological infrastructures. And this is a problem, particularly in more poverty-stricken parts of the world. Again, sustainability gains, reduced material consumption and printing. All architecture schools now have more money in the black in their printing costs because we are no longer creating these huge, massive panels of students' work, and we're doing everything paperless and digital, which is an idea we've always had for sustainability reasons and that we're now doing in reality and finding that is much more doable than we thought. And because of these cross-border conversations and how easy and popular and common they have become, we've really engaged in much more rigorous pan-regional social cultural dialogue. And just recently, if I can digress for a moment around a UIA experience, we just finished adjudicating the Architectural Innovation Award that the UIA Education Commission, with the support of Tom and the UIA Council, were able to launch for its inaugural cycle this year. And we intentionally extended the deadline of the award, which looks at pedagogical innovation broadly around the sustainability development goals. But we extended the deadline in order to allow schools to incorporate tactics and strategies that they had developed specifically in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we were very happy to see the results. They are now published and available, and UIA just sent out an announcement a few days ago of the winners. We had an illustrious jury from all over the world. It was very well regionally represented and very broad. But one of the things that stood out was this pan-regional social cultural dialogue. I think people in different parts of the world are no longer as insular and as isolated around their problems and challenges. And the pandemic has really accelerated that process. Some of the losses, however, are that we lost the core part of studio teaching, which is haptic pedagogies. Students are no longer working with their hands, working with manual modeling techniques. Instructors are no longer able to engage physically with sites and materialities. A lot of the lab work that students were able to engage hands-on in construction and in material experimentation is no longer happening. A lot of the costs that we saved in operational costs learning spaces are offset to individuals, which can be a problem and can create these increased inequalities and technological poverty. Not all places of the world and not all people in those places have the kind of sophisticated setup of internet and digital technology and software and devices that can maintain the kind of excellence that you need and speed and efficiency that you need to do this online. There's been an increased incidence, and I think Professor Hakel talked about that, of mental health challenges. Students are suffering, working alone, working under tremendous pressure to deliver in a setup that they are not acquainted with without the benefits of the social support that they get from their colleagues and friends on campus. We also have an increased possibility of exclusion and discriminatory practices around language ability and communication. Students with certain vulnerabilities, whether they be language barriers, physical barriers, sensory barriers, visual impairment, and so on, these gaps are only being increased because of the format that we're being forced to use. One of the other losses that I've found that we found as a group, is the loss of this social connection and social capital that's created by the studio experience, and the loss of what I call the benefits of interstitiality, those events and learning opportunities and connecting opportunities that happen in between. So we all log on to these perfect little boxes of time where we go into a meeting, have these wonderful conversations, but the conversations that happen in the corridors and in or around meals and around social activities are not happening anymore. And that loses social capital, loses opportunities for creative connection and creative social development. So these are just a few of the pros and cons that at the Education Commission and through our network of colleagues around the world, we've started to identify. Next slide, please. We've also, as teachers and instructors, all of us started looking into what it means to, from a social spatial perspective, what it means to work at home, what it means to work within a studio environment. And this is a snapshot that is actually a good example of all the losses and gains I was talking about earlier. This is a snapshot from a class taught at Yale University School of Architecture in their MArch post-professional degree program that is run by a phenomenal architect by the name of Joel Sanders and his team. And Joel and I and a few others have recently put together a design think tank called Mixed Design, and it looks specifically at intersections across vulnerable communities. But one of the things that we as a think tank were concerned with were how the pandemic is shifting what we call body politics, and that point around exclusion and discrimination, not only in the online platform, but in the physical platforms where the students engage in learning of their home versus the studio. So this was a Zoom class that we conducted as part of Joel's body politics class. You'll see on the call Hansel Bowman, who is the author of Deaf Space, who was looking at this from the deaf space perspective, myself and some others, Quamel Arroyo, who is a disabilities mobility expert. And we were looking at the students' mapping of their home learning space. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see a comparative analysis of the body politics and the body geometry and the body choreography. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. And the comparison of that with the body politics and the body choreography of that same student within a studio space. And with that kind of level of detailed mapping, you start to see the differences between working from home and working in a studio experience from the perspective of an individual user. And you can start mapping and identifying the gaps and the benefits and the gains. So this is just a quick snapshot of two things. An example of the kind of research and learning that we can take from comparing the online learning experience from the studio learning experience, and also an example of that kind of cross-cultural, cross-border learning that can happen in a class that's happening at Yale that brought in experts and teachers to co-teach this class and students from all over the world. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. At AUC, we've also been doing a careful examination of the future of our learning spaces. And just coincidentally, we were in the middle of this learning spaces task force when the pandemic happened. And one of the questions that we, of course, asked ourselves, what will the new normal be when we go back to our learning spaces on campus? And this was a more broad conversation around learning spaces in general, but many of the concepts that we came up with, we're working closely with a sub-consultant, Shirley Dugdale through Dugdale Strategy, who is an education consultant who helps support on this research project. But we quickly started identifying different scenarios. Pandemic threat recedes or if it persists, and if the global economy remains challenged and taxed or if it recovers. We identified the economy and the pandemic as the two major factors that higher education institutions are going to be struggling with as they leave the pandemic. And we started brainstorming different scenarios and agile ways that we could navigate and maneuver around designing our future learning spaces so that we could adapt and change and accommodate whichever one of those quadrants occurs. We all hope, of course, that we would land in the top right quadrant where the pandemic threat recedes and the global economy recovers. That's perhaps a little optimistic, but it's important to have these kinds of questions and these kinds of scenarios in mind so that we can move with flexibility and agility into our new normal. Next slide, please. And the consensus that we found out of that project of looking at the different scenarios across the different quadrants of possibilities was that it seems that whatever happens in the future, the hybrid, high flex, so flexibility, hybridity, digitality will forever be part of our studio, partially for reasons that we hope won't happen, which is the persistence of the pandemic or other health concerns, but also because of the benefits that these types of systems use to bring in multiple players, to allow students to learn in different formats, to support learners that have different abilities, and so on and so forth. There's just an endless array of advantages that will come out of it. And then the final slide, please. Thank you. So at the UIA, UNESCO UIA Education Commission, along with many, and these are just a few of our partners that we are working on in the architectural education world, the Royal Institute of British Architects, who are our system operator for our validation system, the American Collegiate Schools of Architecture, who have long been our partners and with whom we've worked closely, co-hosted several events, and are in continuous dialogue with around the future of architectural education. The Architectural Association in Europe, the European Architectural Association that looks at architectural education across Europe, and ArcAsia's own architectural education program are just a few of our partners who have been part of this dialogue. And all of us very recently, with the help and the support of our partners in the Sustainability Development Goals program, and some colleagues like Peter Oborn and others who are spearheading the efforts towards integrating not only education but practice around sustainability development goals, have really urged us to think about this future and how the pandemic can make us rethink where architectural education can fall and align with our sustainability development goals. And hopefully we'll leave this pandemic with lessons learned and will carry forward more benefits than losses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Magda. We are really honored to have you with us today. The next speech will be for Dr. RAE Badran, the International Architect, winner of Tamayuz Lifetime Achievement Award 2019. His speech is going to be entitled Communication Patterns and Knowledge Transfer in the Era of COVID-19. I guess he will give the lecture in Arabic. This is okay. So, Dr. Rasim.
سامعيني دلوقتي؟
زي الفل.
يا سامعيني؟
تمام يا دكتور راسم، سامعين حضرتك وسعداء بوجودك.
أنا كمان سعيد بوجودكم. I'm so happy to meet you, Majda, Dr. Majda, and صالح لمعي and دكتور سيف النجا.
أهلا 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 my dear brother.
صرت أنسى أسماء دلوقتي، صار عندي قد ما عندي. سامحوني. دلوقتي أنا حاب بس إني يعني أطرق الموضوع.
راسم معنا توماس فونيه رئيس UIA.
توماس فونيه. My guest Thomas Vonier. Sorry that I am talking in Arabic because sometimes I feel myself more, but I will depend on my lecture on visual let's say messages which can talk from itself. I mean, when you look at what I'm trying to address in this lecture or this short meeting.
Thank you.
So sorry for that, but maybe I will put some English in between. I mean, that's to put you in the mood how I feel about the whole process. Yeah. Now, I will begin. I about رسالتي إنه أول شيء في مشكلة بالتعليم. يعني there's problem in education in general in Arab world and even worldwide, and that's why when I never lectured in any university. I am not a teacher or permanent staff. I used to give lecture in MIT, Harvard, Princeton, and Berkeley, and all over the world about my work, about the visionary. كيف بنظر للعمارة، كيف بنظر للمجتمع، كيف بنظر للبيئة، كيف بنظر للقادم المجهول وانظر للماضي. ف أنا عمري ما دخلت في أي نشاط جامعي إلا بتشجيع من ابني جمال لما كان في البارتنت، لما أتى إلى عمان وقال لي لازم تعمل شيء في عمل دورات. بحوجيكم أول دورة عملتها كانت هي في الجامعة الألمانية الأردنية. Slides, next slides please. لا هذه كانت هتيجي فيما بعد. اوكي ماشي الحال. انا كنت عاده في الدورات اللي بعملها كنت انا ارسم بيدي. كان طلاب بيجيبوا لي عده الرسم. They bring me the watercolor box with the Fabriano carton, and they told me please draw make sketches in front of us so that we can understand the issue, how you feel about the whole complexity of design, environment, etc. So هلا بيجي بعدها سلايدز ثاني. So the first workshop we did in the German Jordan University in Amman, and actually this was a unique. This was in the 2000 something. I mean, and I think we spent most of our time in one of my projects. So I'm بحكي الآن عن إنه كيف إنه نقدر نقضي وقت في خارج الموقع، خارج غرف التدريس، وننطلق إلى المشروع نفسه. هو يعطينا دروس مستفادة من المشاريع اللي قمت فيها. هذا مشروع إسكان عمال بحيث بعدها next please. السلايد اللي بعدها نيكست. هذه كانت فترة التصوير، أن تصور الفراغ الذي هو يعني يشمل في داخله كثير من القيم. هذا المشروع كان وش ياخذ جائزة آخان أيضا، يعني هذا أول مشروع عمل في 1980 يعني 82 تقريبا. هو للعمال، إسكان العمال. هو عنوان أحد الصور اللي وضعت على كتابي اللي صدر في باي ثيمز اند هادسون. فكان الفائدة إن هم يتعلموا من خلال التجوال في المشروع هذا معنى العمارة والفراغ الحيز اللي هو الأوتدور which become now very يعني crucial in our time in the COVID-19. How you can utilize the public space to become the real place to live in it. I mean, the public realm. I start with this concept from the 80s. I mean, not now. I mean, so that's why I could insist that إنه عملنا هو كيف نبحث عن الفراغ الخارجي الذي هو جزء من ثقافة ومكنون هذه الحضارة في التراث العمراني في الدول العربية والإسلامية. بعدها next please. Just give you, this was before it was being occupied. I mean, this was just fresh giving submitted from the contractor, and it was very popular. It's the first urban, let's say, concept built in the Middle East in such a configuration. بهذا التكوين. هي مدينة كأنك تغلف الجبل. بعدها please. الحلو في هذه الندوة إنه إحنا جلسنا 2 weeks to think what to do. This was the most important moment, to spend 2 weeks with the students. What do we have to do? We don't have any specific subject to tackle or to work around it. تركنا and asked the students, do you like architecture? They told me no. This is very important. I mean, when students tell you we don't like architecture, we don't like to be architects. So I ask everyone, إيش أنت كنت تتمنى أن تكون? So I asked him, what do you wish to be in your life? So one of them was a carpenter. So I told him, try to make your work as a carpenter. And this was what he did. He was great. This was third year students. Another girl, she was ballet dancer. Next, please. Next. Next slide. Hello. No, this is wrong. No, not this one. Not this one. Okay. Anyhow, I mean, it seems that there's some. Okay. Now, out of this, من هذه الورشة كان إنتاج الطلاب متفوق أكثر من سنة خامسة، وهذه وضعت الجامعة في موقع إنه كيف إنه إحنا أنا وابني جمال نعمل خلال 3 أشهر دورة كاملة مع الطلاب. كانت دورة تفاعلية وخرج منها نتائج جعلت الطلاب يشعرون إن هم تفوقوا عن باقي الصفوف، لأنه طريقة التدريس كانت مختلفة. كانت عبارة عن كيف تبحث عن موضوعك، كيف تبحث عن قضايا وتذهب إلى المكان نفسه وتعيش فيه. هذا هو التعليم خارج الصف، خارج الغرفة المربعة. الآن هذه الورشة انعرفت ومنها دعينا إلى عجمان. جامعة عجمان يقودها الدكتور جهاد عوض، إنسان طموح، هو رئيس قسم العمارة. فدعينا إلى ورشة عمل لمدة أسبوع، وأيضا كانت طلاب من دول الخليج ومن آسيا ومن إيران ومن الهند وباكستان، طبعا المجتمع الإماراتي. وكانت دورة جدا رائعة. جلسنا تقريبا أسبوع كامل نتفاعل مع الطلاب وهم بحثوا عن مواقعهم ولسنا نحن. جلسنا نص الدورة كانت عبارة عن 3 أيام البحث عن المواقع ويذهب إلى الموقع والطالب يأتي بهذا الموقع ويصوره معنا. السنة الثالثة أعتقد كانت. أيضا كانت هذه مفاجأة لهم إنه ابحث عن الموقع الذي ترغب أن يكون، والمواقع لها علاقة مع بعضها البعض. إنه في عجمان أخذنا مجموعة مواقع، في هناك أصبح في علاقة بين موقع A and B and C and D. The relation between the different location. So we put this in context. عم نعلم الطالب كيف يتعلم بالسياق. هذا عم بحكي عن فترة ما قبل الكورونا، بس أوجيكم أنا إنه كنا إحنا يعني قبل الكورونا كنا نبحث عن شيء خارج الصف، نبحث عن البيئة، نعيش البيئة ونعيش مسؤوليتنا نحو البيئة هذه. Next please. طبعا هذه بتوريك احد يعني الجلسات. نكست بليز، مش طول عليكم. وهذه كانت منتجاتها، كان منتج جدا غير متوقع. وعلى فكره جامعه عجمان عملت دورات مع زاهي حديد، مع فرنجيري، مع تشومي، مع بوفيل، مع اسماء عالميه، كانوا يهتموا يعملوا خلال سنه واحده 16 ورشه عمل تجمع طلاب مع طلاب اخرين من جامعات اخرى. هذه المعرفه الحقيقيه، وليس ان تكون انت معزول في بين طلاب الجامعه اللي انت تدرس بها. فهنا صار في علاقات بين الطلاب، صار في هناك يعني انا ببحث عن، كاني عم ببحث عن طريقه، كنا عم نبحث عن الكوفيد مستقبلا، كانه هذه الكوفيد، انه كيف توسع انت دوائرك المعرفيه والاجتماعيه لكي تتعلم اكثر من انساق تختلف عن النسق الاكاديمي التقليدي المنظم اللي يتبع لنظام اداري معين. انا ضد هذا النظام، انا يمكن شوي يعني فوضوي، وانا اصلا كنت لساتني اقول انا كنت جزء من الثوره الطلابيه في المانيا لما كانت في ال65 in the students revolution in the 60s. I was part of it, and I was a troublemaker. I mean, through the way how we think about projects, how we think about this process, about the social problematic, about the environmental, the scientific, about knowledge, about human values. هذه كانت, this was my, and I'm still working on it till this moment. بعدها please. هذا ايضا هذا غير متوقع من اظن كان طالب ايراني يعملها. كان تفاعلهم مع الموقع. قال لي الاستاذ انه لاول مره بحس الطلاب كانوا يسهروا طول الليل، مع انه ممنوع السهر بالليل هم والطالبات، لانه احنا حطناهم في علاقه انسانيه بين الطالب والاستاذ. كنا نقعد سوا نرسم سوا. وذاك انا بقول انه الكوفيد كنا عم نتعامل مع الديستنس ليرنينج. اي ثينك لانه العماره هي عباره عن عماره الانسان، الانسان مع انسان اخر وليس الانسان من خلال الشاشه. انا بورجيكم شو مشاكل العمل عن بعد. فيها شيء من الجفاء، فيها شيء من، لا أؤمن أن التقنية زي ما قال أحد العلماء اللي اخترع الذرة، قال اعملوا حدود العلوم المتقدمة لأن يمكن تقتل روح الإنسان. لأن الشراء عم يكون كله بالريموت، الشراء بالدليفري، لا تحتك مع البائع. البائع يعطيك كمان أيضا معرفة إضافية. أصبح الإنسان جامد. العمارة بدها حياة، أنت يجب تحتك مع الآخرين. لا أؤمن بحكاية السكرين هذه والتعليم من بعد. وانا جربتها، وعلى فكره يعني جربتها مع مستشارين وليس مع طلاب. عم تيجي شكاوي من الطلاب، ارجوك يا راسم اعطينا شيء من عندك حتى نتعلم فيه، حتى نقدر، لانه الدروس اللي عم ياخذوها حتى عن بعد فيها جفاء، جافه، ناشفه، ميته. لذلك انا غير محبوب بالجامعات. يعني مع انه انا بعز الدكتوره مجدة والدكتور نمير هيكل اللي اسس قسم العماره في الاردن في عمان، وكان من البايونيرز. وبعز كمان سيف الجريء، النشط يعني يربط العماره مع حركه الانسان، مع مجتمعيه الاتصال مع الاخر. هو عم بيمشي بيحتك مع الناس، بيعمل جو عماره في داخل هذا المكان. العمل من خلال التقنيه، هذه السكرينز البعيد يعتبر شيء قاتل. you kill your human quality inside. you have no feeling. خلاص you become something not human. اصبحنا اشياء وليس انسان. اذا تمادينا في التعامل مع هذا عن بعد، هذه التقنيه. لذلك انا ضد حكايه التعامل مع على كل. خلينا نكمل. بس حبيت ما اسمحوا لي، مرات بنسى حالي في الكلام، بس عم بعبر عن ما اشعر به، لانه انا بعاني من هذه القضيه. بعدها نكست بليز. في هذه الدوره طلبوا مني طالبه اتت بعده الووتر كلر، وينستون نيوتن، وقالت لي يا بتران، اظن هي احد بنت احد الشيوخ المعروفين في الامارات قالت لي حابين ترسم قدامنا حتى نقعد معكم نعيش فتره التكوين. هذه لا تتم من خلال السكرين، لا تتم من خلال الفيلم. كان يقعدوا هم كمان كانوا يدخلوا. وهذه اللوحه اصبحت هي عنوان الكتاب الذي وضع للدوره اللي عملناها في عجمان. هذه كانت اول دوره نشترك فيها. وعجمان كانت تعمل دائما كتيبات معروف، حتى اذا طلبتوها بالانترنت بيعطوكم كل الكتيبات اللي عملت على مدى ال10 اعوام، اكثر من 30 كتيب. هنا تجد انه الكل كان يراقب. هي ابني جمال عم يراقبني وعم يقول لي اعمل كذا واعمل كذا. حتى النقاش بيني وبين ابني كان نقاش حاد، مرات تصير في خلاف امام الطلاب. كان طلاب يستمتعوا بهذا الخلاف بين جيل الاباء والابناء. بعدها بليز خي just jump it jump. هذه بجامعة عجمان، أنا وابني جمال درس في الباتلت باليو كي. بعدها هذه كمان مجتمعية التعليم، تقعد معهم أحيانا بتجيب نكتة، بتجيب طرفة، يعني بنحول الحدث نفسه إلى شيء اجتماعي وليس فقط بالسكرين. بعدها next please. كمان من الأشياء المهمة اللي كثير اعتبرتها جامعة عجمان تفوقت بها، إنه دعت هيئات سيادية تتعامل معنا، يشتركوا معنا في ورشة العمل. احد المؤسسات الحكوميه مهمه جدا في الاسكان الوطني بالامارات دخل ممثلين معنا هم عاملين دخلوا معنا كمشاركين في ورشه عمل تقريبا شهر كامل او شهرين. وكانت من اروع اللحظات انه كيف نروح على موقعهم، بعد يجوا عندنا على الموقع ونقعد نناقشهم ويناقشوا، ياتونا كل يوم. طبعا الدوره كانت 3 اشهر، عباره عن دوره سمستر كامل، بس احنا موزع على 3 اسابيع. كل شهر يجي اسبوع انا وابن جمال نعمل ريفيو على ما جرى، ونجدد عمليه التفكير والبحث عن انساق اخرى في يجب ان تعالج اثناء عمليه التكوين، ان كان على مستوى المايكرو الوحده السكنيه. وكمان ساعدنا فيها مشتولي، اسلام مشتولي، الله يوفقه بحياته. هي كانت اللحظه اللي حس فيها انه والان دخل في مجال لم يعيشه في السابق، وقال لي انت كثير اثرت في انطلاقتي، والله يوفقه. هذه كانت احد الجلسات مع احد المسؤولين من مؤسسه مهمه للشيخ زايد الاسكان، وكانوا ياخذوا في الاخر بيختاروا احد المواقع وبنفذوها من عمل الطلبه. الطالبه كانت الوطنيه كانت تحس حالها ان هي عم تتعامل مع صاحب القرار وعم بتناقشه. هذا لا يتم بالسكايب او باستعمال الزوم او اللي هو او الجهاز اللي بتعمل الان دلوقتي. العماره هي عماره الانسان مع انسان اخر، وليس الانسان من خلال سكرين. زي ما انت بترسم كمان بتعمل حل معماري بتعمله بيدك مش بالكمبيوتر. وانا كنت بقول بعقلي دائما انه يجب يا جماعه عم بتخرجوا مئات الالوف من المعماريين، يا اخي اعملوا امتحان فنون لهم، اعملوا امتحان حتى يطلع عندك معماري حقيقي عم يكون هم ضحيه هذا الظلم اللي عم يقعدوا فيه. معلش انا يمكن من المدرسه القديمه، بس اكيد اللي درسوا في المانيا في الستينات بعرف قديش كانت مهم جدا انه الطالب يجب يكون عنده قدره على التعبير اليدوي بيده. هلا عم يشتغل الكمبيوتر، شفت الكمبيوتر قدامي عباره عن جهاز ناشف ملعون، يعني لا يعطيك، هو يبني الشيء ولا يكون الفكره، لكن تصور انه في بعض الطلاب بيعملوا الفكره من خلال الكمبيوتر. بعدها next please next. هذه منتجات وعليها نعمل مؤتمر خليجي عن الاسكان الخليجي من هذا من هذه ورشه العمل هذه. يعني شوف ورشه عمل وصل على مستوى دول الامارات كلها، يعني اشترك كلهم من دبي، ابو ظبي، من عجمان، من الشارقه، واجوا حتى ناس من الكويت اشتركوا معنا بالمؤتمر. يعني حولنا العمل الى خارج الصف. وهذا الشيء انا عشت طلابي لما كنت انا طالب بالمانيا. لما دخلت في احد المشاريع قال الاستاذ تبعي روح قضي يومين في اللونا بارك في مدينه الملاحه، تعلم ما هي العماره، مش اخذها من خلال سكرين، مش اخذها من خلال يقول لي استاذ اعمل ايه واعمل شيء. يعني هي بدها. طب بعد خلينا ننتقل، يعني بدي اجي هذا الشيء عملناه بالقاهره، الدرب الباني والدرب الاحمر. بعدها
دكتور نمير من فضلك اعمل ميوت للمايك. دكتور نمير اعمل ميوت للمايك.
next please. هذه بعض السكتشات. هذا على شمال سكتش الطالب وعلى يميني انا كنت عم بعطي له بعض ملاحظات، هو كان على ورقه تبعته كنت اشتغل وكان يتامل. يعني غير لما تكون انت على سكرين. انا عم بناقش هلا، عم بقعد في مشاريع عالميه عم بدخل فيها بتحكيم، او انا احكم على شغلي. اسوء من هيك ما في، اسوء من هذا. بتلاقي المحكم قاعد في بوسطن، او قاعد في ملبورن، او قاعد في وبتكلم من ورا بقول لي يعني ما في مجابهه بين الشخص والشخص الاخر. مش هذه العماره، مش هذه العماره. يمكن تنفع بالطب، تنفع بالعلوم، تنفع بالاشياء العلوم المعقده، بس العماره انسان مع انسان، وليس انسان مع شاشه. يلا بعدها. نيكست بليز. معلش انا شوي يمكن اكون شرس، بس انا عم بحكي ما اشعر به، انا عم بمارسه، مش عم بحس كمهني. علاقتي مع المحكمين وعلاقتي المحكمين. حاوريكم دلوقتي لحظه اللي هي التعامل عن بعد على مستوى المشاريع الان. بعدها. نيكست بليز. عملنا في مصر كانت هي اللي بسموها الحاضنه. يعني هو هذا الكنز الضخم، الكنز الانساني العمراني التاريخي السلوكي العاطفي الشعوري. ما بنفع تعمقها بالسكرينز. هذه كانت MSA، جامعه MSA. دخلنا في مشروع درب الاحمر، وكانت من اللحظات. وحضر معي سيف وقتها وسام العنقاوي، وكانت من اجمل يعني قعدنا 10 ايام. طلاب كانوا يقعدوا على الطاولات يرسموا برسبكتيف ومناظير. كنت احس انه كاني عملت انا بيت قدامي، غير لما تكون قاعد على غرفتك لحالك واستاذك يعطيك من بعد معلومات وانت تعطيه معلومات. بعد نيكست بليز. هذه كان لما كنت تحكي كان الكل يستمع، واحيانا كان طبعا نكته. عرفت كيف they make jokes when we are working together in such round table and they are silent. It's different when you are in contact with them through using screens. I mean, it's different. I mean, I don't want to cheat myself. I mean, sorry to say it. بعدها. وهذا كان إنتاجهم. بدأوا يرسموا برسبكتيفز واستمتعوا. وحين يقول لي طيب، يقول لي معلش بس علمني ايش، اعطيه بعض ملاحظات، بعدين هو يمسحها ويرسم فوقها مره ثانيه. هذا التعليم هذا لا ياتي من خلال انك تعمل مهما تطورت نظم الاتصال انا هلا عم بستعمل السامسونج تبعي برسم فيه عشان حورجيكم ايش عملت فيه. يعني just how to make drawing on spot بالكوفيد بيريود. بعدها بليز. هذه المواقع، كنا نزور المواقع، نقعد مع الناس، نقعد مع الحقة ونسألها وتشكي لنا ومنها نتعلم. هذه صعب تعملها مع حقة بالسكرينز بنقاش. يعني خلينا نكون حقين يا جماعة. بكفي نبهر بهالتقنية هذه ونروح عم نعمل عمارة مسؤولة، عم نعمل عمارة وهمية. نيكست بليز. بعدين دخلنا مع كلية الفنون. كمان كانت من أجمل اللحظات مع الدكتور عفاف بدران في درب اللبانة. وأشركنا أطفال الحي يعلمونا إزاي نتعامل مع الفابريك العمراني، الفابريك الحركي للناس، وعلاقتهم مع السواح. لكن نقعد معهم ويقابلونا، نقعد معهم في لحظات ويناقشونا. هذه ما بتتم مع هذه الطبقة يعني الوسط او المدنيه في المجتمع، واللي هي فيها كل القيم الانسانيه وكل القيم الروحيه وكل القيم التعبيريه. لا يصلح معها لا يصلح معها ان تتعامل معها بسكرينز. هذه مش عماره. انا بلاقي العماره هنا، العماره. بعدها بليز. نيكست. كل طلاب قسم العماره كمان تفاعلوا وبداوا يرسموا برسبكتيفز. وكانت لحظات يعني كانت لحظات وجدانيه، فيها شغف، فيها. وهذه مصر اصلا. يعني مصر الحلو فيها انها فيها هذه الروح احنا بنفقدها في العالم العربي. وهذا سبب قدرهم ان يصلوا امام كل المصائب والصعاب اللي يعيشوها في الفقرات الزمنيه الماره الى لحظتنا هذه. يعني فهم عندهم هذه القوه على من خلال ما في داخلهم من مراحل الحياه. وهذه الأعمار هي مراحل الحياه، لا تحولوها الى شيء صناعي، لا تحولها الى صناعه سيارات، صناعه طائرات، ما اعرفش ايش بعدها. هذه احد رسوماتهم. قالت لي البنت هذه بس اول مره رسمت تحمست، يعني هي عندها طبعا، بس في الورشه حمست ترسم اكثر، صار هذا مشروع ترسم. بعدها بليز، نيكست بليز. هلا في شغله ثانيه انا حطيت لها يمكن شوي تفاجئكم. انا في التحكيم في الاردن لما كنت احكم طلاب الجامعات كنا نقعد طبعا فيس تو فيس، كنت اقعد مع الطالب ويكون مجموعه قاعدين، بعدين ارسم المشروع تبعه من الذاكره واعلق عليه وهو موجود. هذه كانت بالنسبه له لحظه تعلم. طبعا كانت تحش بعض الاساتذه انه طب ليش الاستاذ ما اعطاني هذه يعني انه ينمي مشروعه اكثر. فانا كنت في عادتي ذاك انا كثير بعض يعني الحكايات الاكاديميه صارت بطلت بدي احكم، لان انا عاده ارسم اما على اللوحه ارسم قدامه يعني، او اني اعمل في ورقه صغيره من الذاكره ارسم شيء شفته اعطيه كيف اراه اللي هو الافضل. how I think about his let's say proposed scheme, study scheme, how I developed the idea through having on-site sketching. And when the student at these sketches, he started learning. I mean, he thought, wow, okay, then I am doing well. He didn't achieve the best result, but I'm trying to find out from his worst case what is the best to do. So and the end when you make the ceremonial graduation, I give him as a gift, and I sign it, and they like it. They like it more than that because they like these sketches. Next, please. هذه ضرب اللبانه. شويه اظن صار بيلخبط مع اني بعتهم حسب الترتيب، بس يلا اوكي، يعطيكم العافيه، يكون يعني ما قصرتوا. بعدها الان بدي ادخل على موضوع اللي هو التحكيم عن بعد. هذه احد المشاريع في العالم العربي، قدمت مجموعه من الشركات العالميه، وكان التحكيم فيها انه ما في تحكيم نهائي، في تحكيم مرحلي، حتى انه نعطي للاستشاري مجال انه يطور مشروعه. فهنا تروا على اليمين مثلا المشروع عندما في احد مراحله، بديش ادخل طبعا حتى ما نعرف اين المشروع هو ومن صممه. هذه على اليمين هي التصور الويسترن well known offices, how they think about this urban development or urban scheme. And then in spot, I tried to draw in my Samsung Galaxy. I don't to make a propaganda for my Samsung Galaxy electric pen. So I draw a sketch and I send it to the mediator who is managing the whole. So this show you, and sometimes they understand, sometimes they want to sit with me and to make it on their office or in the way we meet. هي الحمد لله انه كمان الكوفيد هي خلت ان نتعامل مع الجنسيات والجغرافيا بلا حدود. يعني هذه يمكن من مزايا الكوفيد، انه الاتصال عن بعد ممكن تتصل مع مونتريال، مع نيويورك، مع بوسطن، مع مع بكين او مع لندن بنفس اللحظه. But instead of inviting them to the owner of that project to make reservations and hotel and airplane tickets, you do it within minutes, so you don't need to. هذه ميزه يمكن اخرى. حتى نفس الشيء كمان بالنسبه للطلاب عندما يتعاملوا مع اساتذه في overseas, they can discuss with them, they can make some kind of exchange of ideas, but still it's far. I mean, and one of these consultants told me, Rasim, we'd like to sit with you and to make it in front of us how you think about this sketching, how I try to give them the other version, how I think about from my cultural background, from my understanding of this warm urbanity, not the cold one, not the more industrial. So this one project. Next, please. This another one. I am criticizing the way how he submit this one. This was interim discussion, interim meeting, not the final. And the original one was a bit. I tried to make it a bit softer, a bit more human. Next, please. Okay, this is the right one. Is belong to the one we see before, and then the last two in the left. Again, the medium one is the proposed, and then left one is the how you let's humanize these stretches or these بسموها الأعصاب أو the fabric to make it more related to our understanding, because it's a living city. It's not a يعني you are dividing the quartier from each other by having these straight lines to make it much more human. We make it a bit curved and broken. So and all of them told us we like to be with you or with the team of other also advisor who we've been sharing these let's say conversation with the invited artists or world firms, because they think that the face-to-face meeting is much more fruitful, much more they create uncontrolled dialogue. بسموها بيعملوا انتاج، بيعمل نقاش عفوي، نقاش اون سبوت، ما بيتم خلال الشاشه، ما بيتم خلال البعد. انا هذا رايي، ممكن عندكم اراء ثانيه، بس انا عم بحكيها من خبره انا بعملها دلوقتي. Next please. هذه بعدين كنت انا اعطي اثناء النقاش كنت اخذ صور واحط زي هذا during the 3 minutes discussion I draw it in my Samsung Galaxy and I send it to the mediator to send that image to the related participant, so that he can just have more, not just describe it verbally, but even to see it visually, how we envision the urbanity of such development. Next, please. Again, I mean, how from the authentic cities, how to create a concept of more organic, not Euclidean, and how to think about creating not a boring, flat development, but make like a hilly up man-made structures, like small hills, berms, combining the low rise with the medium rise building. So this was done by remote. This was done by in the corporate. It's a bit it's very it needs effort to make it within minutes. I mean, you have to be very quickly. And this is the problem of the judging, let's say, domain, either by projects, big projects, or even by students. How you can interact with students in a way so that when he took the sketch, which was born in the moment, I mean, so that he can feel more about the missing issues, about the design component, but still, when you are sitting with them in the same table, in the same pad, and try to work with them hand to hand, and sometimes he put even some sketches on the sketch that I try to complete it. I mean, it has this kind of direct human touch. You can't produce it by using this IT technology. Never. And architecture is a human message. It's not a IT message. Thank you very much, and hope I am not. I took so much time, and thank you for listening to what I did.
Dr. Rasim, you are welcomed, and we appreciate your sharing your presentation and your valuable projects. You added much to the urban design realm. Now, The speech will be for Professor Dr. Wasim Nagy, who presents the Union of Mediterranean Architects. The title of the presentation or the speech, Teaching Architecture for Future-Proof Graduates.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Wasim. Welcome, Wasim. Your voice is okay.
Yes, now it's okay. So good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry for this technical hiccup. It's very difficult to take the floor now after all these heavy speeches from my colleagues, which I salute, Mr. Thomas Vonnier and Mr. Rasim Badran, and you, Mr. Saif Al-Naga, my dear colleague, and everyone here. Thanks a lot for Al-Shuruq Academy for this opportunity and this very right on time topic to be tackled with this conference. In fact, I'm here with you. I have heard all the interventions. In fact, obviously, we are still digesting the ongoing situation of COVID-19, which we really don't know how long it's going to last. And we share almost the same experience with some variable constraints. We don't really know how long we are going to more fit and adapt with this online system and online teaching. It's also practicing doing all our performance through these communication platforms. Nevertheless, I would like to start my intervention. Is it well shared now on you? You can see the slide, the first one?
Share it.
Yes, it's clear.
Yeah. So in the beginning, I would like to say that within this current beginning of the 21st century, which as per RAE Kurzweil, he said that with his quote within the book of The Age of Intelligent Machines, that the progress will be equivalent to almost 20,000 years during the 21st century, thanks to the advancement of technology and information technology. Nevertheless, architects had to adapt and to accept several series of revolutions since the 18th century, throughout the previous century until recent date with the information revolution, with the fourth industrial revolution that we are witnessing. And we obviously notice, all of us, that the world is changing rapidly. I mean, it's a very quick implication, very heavy engagement that architects all should be involved and engaged and dealing with these all changes. Some facts about the architects and architecture. Most probably there is no accurate statistics about the number of architects practicing, but it could be somewhere ranging between 3 to 4 million practicing architects. And I'm raising this figure just to show where we are going in terms of graduates and the orientation of school students concerning this major. This major, which is always in question about how it's going to cope with the current changes of technology. And here I fully understand my colleague Rasim Badran, who preferred the conventional way of producing architecture. Nevertheless, we are competing with technology, and it's imposing itself whether we accepted it or not. And the demand for architects, as per some studies conducted by the Royal Institute of British Architects, it will continue. The architect will continue to exist in special field of adaptation to sustainable design and respecting some norms regarding the natural resources, how it's going to be used efficiently, and the issues related to energy, climate change, and pollution, and other environmental friendly design specifications. Of course, as per the World Economic Forum, also architects, engineers are on the top of the list, considered as a still demanded available job opportunities in the future, among other specialties related to information technology and other management fields, which leads up that the architects and engineers yet have to adapt and have to consider several parameters that are going to affect their education and learning capacity. And some recommendation that goes to other specialty or subspecialties, to the chemical and nanotechnology, also the robotics and the additive manufacturing and mechatronic engineering. Also, it is very important to pay a very high attention on the material engineering. Also, the performance of architects, before going into the core subject of this conference, also has to be considered that it will be performed in different aspects. So it's the era of collaboration with other sciences and other specialties, and the emergence of specialists that are going to deal with architects during the design process and the construction manufacturing. I still remember this photo from Foster and Partner representative during our last conference about healing architecture in Budapest last March 2020. When I saw this photo that shows the variable specialties that are co-working within the firm of Foster and Partners, where you can see the data analyst working with the architect, along with the doctor, the engineer, the industrial designers, and the sociologist, and other specialties. And the architect is still considered as one component among a big multidisciplinary team, and it is currently the actual proper implementation of good performing designs. Yet the challenges that we are still facing, even years before the appearance of COVID-19, the digital transformation, everybody was talking about how we are going to do this, especially on the academic level, the competition between the human intelligence versus the artificial intelligence, among other issues related to information technology and environment health, including the affordable housing, and how we are going to deal and continue on conserving our tangible heritage and dealing with current migration and related to political conflict in many regions around the globe. Nevertheless, before contemplating and facing the potential future challenges, at least we still have to sharpen the tools that we have in hand. We have to sharpen the saw. We have many tools that have been already developed on the level of architecture education and architecture practice that we have to get into more knowledge and more professional use of these tools. On the level of education, the World Economic Forum shows that many jobs are not yet existing for more than 65% who are currently entering primary school, which is raising the question again about why many graduates are going, the ratio of students choosing to study architecture, despite of being the hardest, maybe it is the hardest academic major, which is many studies have rated it on the top of the list in regard with the amount of working hours outside the classes, with between 20 to 22 minimum hours per week outside classes. We are all witnessing, everybody is teaching in architecture. I myself have been engaged for the last 24 years in architectural education and teaching at the university, from part-timer to full-timer. We have witnessed the current cycle of changes during the last 3 decades. The way we have learned architecture during our times has changed a lot. We can see that the cycles of technology, which is going 2 to 3 years, we have a completely new softwares and new tools and new measures and new parameters to consider and related to other sciences, which is very fast to any possible prompt coping with the academic programs and academic curricula. It is very fast to smooth amendment of this curricula, and it is faster than any possible gradual academic upgrade of teaching tools and methods. Students are much faster than us. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen. Postgraduate continuous learning is one of the tools that we are trying to gain and to fill in the gap, to gain knowledge about the technology, which is advancing much faster than the conventional academic program. Our students are many times way advanced and way ahead of us in using technology to adapt for their design exercises. And we started recently speaking about how we are going for interactive and adaptive teaching method using the learning by doing method, which is making things, starting from the idea, going to the design, to the making, and criticizing the achievement. This cycle has been started already in many faculties of architecture around the globe, especially in the Southern Europe and in other more advanced developed private or state universities. And we have seen that it has a very high level of rating in terms of satisfaction for the hands-on education where students are trying to apply their ideas in labs and in field experience. All of the sudden, though, at the beginning of the year 2020, we've heard by the last of 2019, the start of the COVID in China, but it was fast and very rapidly transmitting all around the world. And by March to April 2020, the whole globe was on stop. I mean, we all remember, and we are still suffering from many blockages that has been caused by this drastic impact of this pandemic, affecting the business, affecting the communication, the flight, the travel, and every sort of business and education on the level of universities and schools. And of course, it has a very heavy impact on the psychological mental health. We found ourselves suddenly dropped into the online, the new normal, which might be the next normal. We've been all dealing with laptops and online communication with our students, with our business. And we have been forced to use digital tools, but it's the time to start a total digital transformation in order to have a future-proof strategies. Frankly speaking, we all know that we suffer from shortage of serious academic research for enabling a smooth curricular transformation, which I think most of us are trying to understand and trying to conclude out of this conference. The coronavirus pandemic have forced architectural schools to rethink remote learning. Design faculties have turned to educating students in a way many schools had previously resisted. We've been all resisting, and we've been all saying that the online classes are not that efficient. And many were doubting the online university about the credibility of their degrees. Nevertheless, we all know that the first online course was conducted in 1986 by the EUN with DOS and Commodore 64 computers. And by 2009, the number of students taking online courses have exceeded almost 5.5 million students worldwide. And many traditional universities have begun considering giving some online courses in order to save some. I myself have heard back 10 years ago about many universities considering the online education as a very practical tool, eliminating many other undesirable logistic issues like traffic and some fees for the students and logistics and etc. The distance learning major challenges that we have witnessed during the COVID-19, that we really lack an appropriate business model because it was a sudden change. We were not really prepared for this drastic change. We have the lack of educational models, and it was very difficult to adapt and to cope with this change for the teacher and student at the same time. And we didn't really have a clear quality assurance mechanism to ensure the quality of teaching, the quality of learning, and how the students are dealing with this. And we have witnessed, unfortunately, a lot of reports about poor quality of distance education. And the government were really focusing on giving a high importance to the health factor instead of supporting the infrastructure capacity for education. The ethical responsibility for university, of course, emergency orders. This is the first time after the Second World War that we are facing that level of emergency. The academic integrity is even more important in such situation. And we have to adopt and consider flexible solution in terms of assignment and juries and academic schedules and exams and etc. We had a problem of full equality. Many people have not the same technological condition on the level of tools and internet connection, etc., especially in the Arab world. We all know what I'm talking about. The post-coronavirus finance ethic, of course, it will bring a need to critically review the level of individual and institutional financial capacity. I mean, there is always the good, the bad, and the ugly about every experience. And now about the distance learning, some online platform is considered one of the major transformations of architecture and education. I mean, we've been teaching online for the last 2 years, and look at us. I mean, 1.5 years almost. We are still discussing how efficient it is at a time that this time is calculated for the students and for the academic achievement. The teamwork is heavily affected, definitely. The labs, studios are out of performance, and the physical engagement with this human emotional interactions and body language has totally disappeared. A lot of students were victims of institutions destroyed by poor teaching practice, and this is fact. 50% of university teachers still until date feeling not comfortable with online teaching, and we have heard a lot of testimonial quotes about that. But some good impact. I mean, it is financially affordable. I mean, a lot of logistics have been dropped off. Look at us at this conference. Usually you have to travel and you have to make hotel reservation and sit together. Of course, we have lost this human part of it, the fun part of it. But on the practical level, we are in a way communicating each other. And as my colleague, Mr. Thomas said, it's an opportunity to meet people that we might never meet throughout this very easy communication methods. We suffer less from extent from cultural and psychological and social and economic. Students are at ease because they are at home and they are easily accessing. And somehow the education is sort of a healing process to forget this locking procedure and locking down and staying at home all this long period of time. And the dramatic change, I mean, is it going to stay? Nobody knows how COVID-19 is going to last. But teaching methods have witnessed dramatic change. Universities administration are seriously rethinking their strategy to expand the online education and to consider it as a possible permanent within a hybrid formula. Universities are accruing severe financial losses because of that. It might be very difficult to recover in the future. The diminished market for employment have affected the professional programs. I mean, it's very difficult to find a summer training or a professional training for students. The virtual that we are really currently employing as an emergency mode is bound at least to leave a trace, definitely, and might shift the foundation of pedagogy to be reconsidered. Nevertheless, there is some stresses. I mean, psychologically and financially and socially, we have a lot of stresses, even technically, for the online education. We have to overcome the fear carried out by factory, similar to what happened to the factory worker for robots, or similar fear that we had for digital tools like 20 years ago. But then again, we are going to adapt. Definitely, we are going to adapt, and we are going to find opportunities out of this crisis. I think few courses may never return to in-person teaching. I myself, I have experienced, especially the theory material where you have just a seminar or presentation to give to students. I mean, it's a way practical to go online instead of moving to physically to university. But art and design studios, definitely, as my colleague, Mr. Rasim said, that it is much suited for in-person education. And here we go for the possible hybrid combination. So it's only a matter of time because before we go back to the way things were before, hopefully, but definitely with some significant innovation that we have gained out of this experience. COVID-19 is our best chance to change. I mean, it's time to change. And we've been talking a lot for the last 10 years that it's time to change our university program and our method for teaching, especially on the level of architectural specialty. We have to design COVID-proof university. And it's not only COVID. We never know which virus might arise and which emergency condition might arise in the future. Maybe we have to think of creating modular, prefabricated classrooms, just that we can accommodate in a few months in a relatively low cost. Maybe we have to consider touchless bathrooms and contactless access to all classes. Definitely the hybrid strategies shall be adopted because it shows a certain level of practical. It is pushing us also to rethink the curriculum, the sizes of cohort, the formats, flexibility, how to deal with unexpected and challenging situations. institute and architecture educators should also break free from the traditional stereotypes and look for better alternative for teaching. We have to rethink the lecture format. As Mr. Thomas, my friend, said, that we have to show more visuals and less text. 50 minutes of stuff is very high. The students might hear 10% of what we're speaking. We have to choose the 10% instead of the student that might choose it, which might be not the proper part of the seminar. We are wondering, I mean, how we are going to to cope with all of this. I mean, what are the professional academic skills that we have to gain in this very critical period of time? The measures that we have to future-proof our graduates. The future of architecture and architecture education is definitely linked to the universities and the lecturer, their quality and their capacity and their capability. We have to encourage the architecture student graduate to consider academia as a career path. We have to embed education within practice. We have to recondition by educating primary school to children, as my friend Thomas said, concerning the project like the Little Architect project and the Architectural Children UIA program. Those programs will enable a proper understanding in early stages for this major. And we have to blur the line between the education and practice. My colleague, Mr. Russell, he said that he was a visiting professor or a part-time. He gave a lot of useful information to his students taken out of his practice. I mean, the experience of practice is very much needed at this stage to be incorporated within the education and teaching method. The collaboration is definitely with other disciplines, as I have said, to integrate the health and safety welfare, to understand how to combine the math, technology, science, and art, also the aesthetic, to be adapted, to reform architectural design education, and to incorporate the need of society and natural environment. And here the terminology of architecture of geography. A lot of other reactionary education models that we need to consider on the level of recognition, the right caliber of professionals. I mean, how we are going to select the proper lecturer, especially for the part-time, as it is done in medicine schools. We have also some other issues related to the healthy balance of working as a para-academic activities and rethinking the postgraduate degree away from classic procedure of conventional research and thesis, rigid methodologies, and repetitive pattern. I mean, on the level of research, we are reproducing the void. I mean, the rigid process of developing research is always combined and committed to a certain classic pattern, which is leading to nowhere. We are keeping on repeating ourselves, but in different perspectives. We have to think out of the box and to reform the aspect and the strategy of the postgraduate degrees and academic research. We have to soften the fortress academy model. This rigid academy model have to be more flexible to enable openings for a younger generation of scholars, which they can do much better from older generation. They have the opportunity, they have the flexibility and the creativity. The digital fact of transformation strategies are very well known, from innovation to productivity, to combination of all the available technology which we already have in hand, working on this as a culture and looking ahead to implicate the next wave of digital transformation, opportunities and challenges to overcome. Now, out of this crisis, we have to identify the pathway. It's very difficult to come out with conclusions. We are in a very difficult situation to start implementing changes. Now we are adapting. We are gradually adapting. We are understanding how life was in the pre-COVID era, during the COVID, which we are living now, and how it might going to be after the post-COVID at a time we don't really know when it will come. Architectural education and future of the disciplines lies in the hand of educator, and this is definitely a huge responsibility. Now the future challenges. It's not only about individuals and academic. There are the role of architects organization and institution, including the UIA, UMAR, AIA, Arcasia, and you name it. Also the ACE in Europe. There is a huge responsibility to play the role of the hub, to reconnect. The Union of Mediterranean Architects, that includes 13 country members representing almost 500,000 architects around the Mediterranean, have considered within its previous strategies for the last triennial between 2019 and 2021, which unfortunately was blocked almost in the middle by 2020 due to the pandemic impact on communication and interaction and performance. But we were considering the architecture and fourth industrial revolution, and we were considering playing a certain role on rethinking architectural education. And we had a roadmap for that in order to make a certain index for Mediterranean faculties of architecture, to make a certain meeting, which this plan has been postponed to 21 and 22, and create a sort of scientific committee. This is even much bigger than the plan that has been presented on Egypt level. I mean, here we're talking about the Mediterranean, the mix of Europe, the Arab country, and the north of Africa, in order to conduct a huge conference, a global conference, regional conference on the architecture education in the Mediterranean. Hopefully it can be conducted in 2022, to create a certain reference publication to guide the future possible change of education strategy. And this definitely could be done in collaboration and partnership with other organizations. Future architecture graduates shall be better adapted to find future job. 85% of tomorrow's jobs are not yet exist. The world definitely is being ruled by math and physics and blockchains and robots. Could be this the next norm as well. I will like to end it with a recent quote by Mr. Bill Gates on the 15th of February, 2 days ago. He said, solving COVID could be easily compared to climate change. I mean, the climate with the 51 billion tons of greenhouse gases the world is typically adding to the atmosphere each year, and the implication on the globe, on the overall globe, we have to reach net zero, as he stated, which is a huge challenge for the next decades. I would like to thank you, and hopefully till having a better future, try to stay safe and be creative. Thank you so much.
We thank you, Dr. Wasim, very much. Now the speech will be for architect Saif Abu Naga, who presents the Society of Egyptian Architects.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity and this invitation from Shuruk Academy. I think it's an organization included this UIA, UMAR, and national section with the university. It will be very good network to make a conclusion for this very, very smart object. I think this evolution of architecture education era of COVID-19, it is the umbrella of our theme, but I like to put my words in different comment and highlighting some added value about some ideas. As a national section, I'm very happy that UIA President Thomas Fournier covering this changing picture for architecture education, integrated with Magda Mustafa about realities and responsibilities. I think they both integrated to cover a most important principle of education process and future, including this changing picture to the future, what we can face, the education and practitioner. Rasim Badran, he put different approaches that he speak about the interaction between student, young, and also the professor to be integrated with face-to-face, not to be online, but also this interaction more efficient for understanding in brainstorming ideas and conceptual process. Professor Dr. Namir Heikel, I think he present a lot of details about past paradigmic architecture education, especially for transformation, and what we can do in this period of transformation with curricula and classrooms, also the practicing by exchange knowledge and experience. Wasim, he was a clever very well, because he covered everything by teaching architecture future And I think because he's a Mediterranean culture, he covered a lot of thinking, what I can say it. And I'm very happy to 100% support you, what you said. Especially you open-minded about all type of thinking, especially for not only for COVID-19, but also for the crisis of the environment.
Thank you, my friend.
Mediterranean culture, very engaged. But also I like to focus something about what I said, my message about how by the architect awareness, when we maximize this awareness, we can create architecture, interior design, reduce the risk of COVID-19. Let me say something about generation skills. We have a very smart young generation, has a very smart skills in e-learning and communication, social media and network, and also this type of new e-learning interaction. Let me say something about the impact of Corona architecture, pandemic effort. This effect on architecture industry. We have in the architecture industry, and we will change, we will have impact, strong impact in this industry. This apart should be added in our consideration when we like to treat this idea about before and after COVID-19. Also the architects against coronavirus, how the architects as helping fight coronaviruses. I think under umbrella of SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, we can find a lot of solution, a lot of guideline. Anyway, return to the e-learning architecture and how the pandemic reshaping hospital as an example. I think that after COVID-19, we have a lot of hospitalities or of hospital architecture and design changing. We have a lot of consideration. Life after COVID-19, it changed. Also, we can say that the life before COVID-19 and life after 19, it's completely changed. How coronaviruses will change architecture, design, and everyday life, our side life, it will change architecture. For that, we need architect to put in consideration the design, interior, architecture, material, HVAC, sanitary, lighting, natural lighting, and furniture, and ventilation, all of that under treat or design of architect should be put in consideration. It's completely changed. Also, the urban design, architecture and urban design of the past, COVID-19 create a new cities. Our cities should be modified to be acceptable this modification. I think return to my focus point, that's maximize awareness of architects' responsibility to work to create architecture and interior design, reducing the risk of COVID-19. For that, we like to produce a type of architecture, reduce this risk of COVID-19. Life after COVID-19 completely with never this the same as before. Humanity, it's our constitution principle in UIA. Humanity will still find these strengths of recover. For that, life and hobbies will change, and our home will change also. Our home, our office, our street, our cities, social environment will also change under the influences of new changing of COVID-19. Working will be from the home, changing all of lifestyle will change. We are in communities and we are all connected together, and all together we can always find the answer and solution to the most difficult question and crisis. All together we can say. But the architects responsible to reflect this new future vision. For the graduate architect, the under college and university education, in reality it is not education. In reality it is a big platform of learning. For that, I think the ability to think creatively by creativity, to imagine novel solutions, the way of thinking, to survive threat poverty, to be major assets. الأفكار هي اللي هتبقى الأسيتس بتاعتنا. The way of thinking, how to evolve, to adapt our brain to solve the challenges or solve the problem, solve this. The way of thinking, the way of creativity, how to think very creatively. A lot of market shutdowns, micro market, hypermarket operate during this COVID-19, it's shutdowns. For that, we like to think how to put this market in intensive care, including design and sizes, tools, communication, delivery, provide services, all of that under imagination of the architect and responsibility. I think these are the moment, very good opportunity to the human can overcome things more than we never expected. Very dramatic change, not a shifting paradigm, but also it is like Magda say, pandemic shift or pandemic paradigm shift, because not only under pandemic, but also under changing of thinking or paradigm shift. Anyway, the human centers design HCD, it will be jumping up to our designs. This came from looking, understanding, then making solution and possibility. From our observation, challenges, opportunity, and creativity, we can find a new future possibility. This, the way of thinking, maybe we can follow the diamond model from the problem to the solution. For that, the way of thinking for the architect under e-learning, we should concentrate about the way of thinking by some models. For that, our consideration for e-learning, I think we have a very good opportunity for concentrate for the way of thinking and think creatively. The important question, how the architect built this for who am I building for this for? نحن لمن نبني? The architect building for this for whom? Who built? Who will using this area? من الذي يستخدم? The user of these spaces. What is the contacts? This question is very important. I think we build or architect for users, and user has a needs, and these needs in the environment in some context. I think when this situation, I want to this nativation so I can expected outcome solutions. For that Q&A, who will be use this and when? That means the architecture using after COVID-19 should be changed. The question is during and after COVID-19. When during we have a design, but after we need more flexible to absorb all needs during and after COVID-19. Research and development, research and development. But also we have reached goals. If you like to concentrate or to select or to reach goals, return to the SDG. We have 17 goals. Should be matching between our reach goal and strategic sustainable development goals. Generally, to live happily and bring happiness. That means our life in good quality of happily, and brain should be bring happiness. This from our challenges to solution, from roots to fruits. Modular solution, open spaces, energy use of stairs. That should be, sorry, I said encourage use the stairs. Encourage use the stairs. As example, if we like to avoid a lifts problem, our design should be welcome and encourage use the stairs. If we made and maximize open spaces, it will be more healthy. The modular solution, I think, indirect transmission, natural ventilation, natural lighting, and clean spaces, mosquito protection, wine mesh as example, healthcare design, ventilation technology, and antimicrobial material. House, it will be instead of apartment. Houses, it will be instead of apartment, because this horizontal grows better than this vertical and complex apartment. I think important points. Self-sufficient home in sustainable home as a new offices. That means work will be in the home. The urban farming, greenery, it will be in urban context, and smart material. And the material is very important issue in our case. The material like glasses, like metal, ceramic, wood, and plastic, other like aluminium, copper. If we make if we follow this COP19 surviving period of the different material surfaces, we'll find 120 hours for metal, 120 hours for ceramic, wood 96, plastic 72, stainless 72, aluminium 8 hours, copper 4 hours. For that should be learn or inform the practitioners and also undergraduate student about all the material efficiency, and different material surfaces for surviving period. That's only for COVID-19, but also for other viruses should be our consideration. Marble, floor finishing, and epoxy, wood, stone, plastic, textile, furniture. Anyway, should be also put in our consideration to maximize hygienic information and sciences. How the hygienic to be hygienic material, how to apply the hygienic principle in material selection. We need a smart design. My general recommendation to updating all curricula learning for needs after COVID-19 with our consideration what I said, and we can put it in our recommendation, especially what Tom, and Magda, and Rasim, and Namir, and Wasim, all of them contribute a very, very, very special recommendation, not only in education, but also in design practicing and architecture production. I think our architecture industry should be start from different approach, and this a moment is as a human can overcome things in very, very smart way. Thank you for everybody's contribution, and I like to put my my special thank for the Academy, Shuruk Academy, and all organizer, and hope that return to focus about human-centered design or architecture design. This modeling should be a part of our simplify all of this principle to put it in HCD model that's already starting from different approaches of our architects around the world. Thank you very much.
Dr. Saif, we appreciate your sharing and your valuable speech. Now we have we have a break for 30 minutes. Then we will continue our conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
هيبتدوا.
برافو.
Guest speakers, dear colleagues and students, good evening everybody. I am Hossam Bagat, an Associate Professor of Architecture at the Harran Institute of Engineering, Shuruk Academy. I'm your host for this session. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the second session of the Resilience in Architecture Education Conference. And I would like to extend my special and warm welcome to our special guests. Tonight we have an amazing and esteemed guest speakers. I am so excited to have them all, sharing with us their experience and information. Wishing all the attendees to get benefit from their presentations. It's a great opportunity to listen to their contribution and philosophy dealing with the challenges that faces the education process, especially in COVID-19 era, which forces us to use different ways and strategies in education. Resilience in education is a new concept, gives us a new dimensions and views. Now, we are about to know a lot about it through presenting best practices in distance education. Our first speaker in this session is my dear colleague, Dr. Maha Fawzi. She's an assistant professor of architecture at the Harran Institute of Engineering, Shuruk Academy, and she is currently a member of International Union of Conservation of Nature. She is presenting the experience of the Department of Architecture at Shuruk Academy in distance education. Let us enjoy her lecture. Dr. Maha.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Maha Fawzi. As Dr. Hussain presented me, I'm Assistant Professor of Architecture at the Harran Institute of Engineering. I'm glad today to present the distance learning experience in the Architecture Department of the Harran Institute. Let's start first by a quote for Helen Keller, who once said, "Alone we can go so little, together we can do so much." This was one of the triggers for such a conference to allow a great opportunity for sharing multiple experiences from different higher educational institutions. The previous period witnessed tremendous changes in all life aspects, not to mention education. In March 2020, we had to start emergency remote teaching as the closure came as an emergency decision. After finishing the 2019-2020 academic year, the Ministry of Higher Education decided that under the circumstances of corona pandemic outbreak, the academic year 2020-2021 will be on blended learning system. The pandemic. After the World Health Organization officially announced the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus in the 2019-2020 academic year, and accordingly, the government announced the decision of universities closure while maintaining the educational process. The commitment to distance learning became mandatory to prevent the spread of the virus. From this standpoint, and based on our roles as academic staff in the Department of Architecture, this sudden change in the educational process required finding effective ways to teach the courses through distance education. The educational process became a great challenge, seeking to achieve the maximum benefit for students and to fully communicate and transfer the knowledge. The main aim of architecture education has always been to combine principles and fine arts to achieve the basic skills and creativity, function and form. Therefore, there's no room for any deficiency in the educational process and linking the theoretical part to the practical one to ensure graduating highly qualified architects. Our emergency plan for remote teaching evolved greatly under very hard circumstances. According to the architectural logical thinking, we worked on preparing for the situation by setting our schedules for the hybrid system, adapting our plans without affecting the goals of the educational process and intended learning outcomes from all courses. The main concern was to protect our people, and the public hygiene was the major consideration. We had to make sure that the learning keeps going while being able to communicate and motivate both the staff and students. The challenge we had was to keep social distance as for the global pandemic while maintain effective teaching. We had multiple changes applied to the traditional teaching method of an educational process. We turned from meeting in campus for lectures to making virtual meetings through the internet. The follow-up process got changed from being on-class-based process and face-to-face interaction into being an online follow-up process. Even the assessment system and grade announcement turned to be an online mechanism through automated systems. We were able to achieve this great transformation thanks to technology. We started our virtual meetings through software such as Teams and Zoom meetings. The follow-up process as well through different applications such as Photoshop and multiple drawing applications allowed the students to present their work over virtual methods. The students as well were able to submit their work on Google Classroom and through our Academy website and Moodle. This system as well is equipped with automated correction tool for MCQ questions, which was easier for instructors. The starting point worked as follows. The project presentations turned from being campus-based into being a multimedia content to be shared virtually. Quizzes from being paper-based into being MCQs, virtual submissions, and researches. The sessions are now online meetings. The teacher-to-student communication and vice versa is now through chats, online discussions, and submissions. The students' group work changed greatly under the social distance laws, so they started conference calls whenever possible to coordinate their group work. Project presentations as well are held as online seminars. As Dr. Sharif Hadar once said, we are moving to their world and speaking their language. We can't deny that this dramatic change has some advantages, as Dr. Magda previously mentioned, from time efficiency and time saving, and multiple other benefits. But we can't deny that it has also some disadvantages, such as that the teachers were so in short of time to prepare content for their lectures and for their academic content. Students didn't have the choice, which put them under some kind of anxiety and stress, which had a great effect on the human well-being of them. The great stress on the internet resources and infrastructure led to some people having some difficulties in connection. Students struggled greatly due to anxiety and time management problems and great workloads. Alexander Den Heider said, when a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower itself. This is why we had to work hard on improving the educational environment, which is referred to as the new normal. Digital transformation of online learning started by the digitalization of the content and adapting it to the new circumstances and creating new content that adapts with the new system. We had so much to work on, and we had studied multiple short-term and long-term effects. The Institute devised a plan to follow up and evaluate the educational process during the closure period at the department level. This plan included 4 main axes. The first axis is through contacts with the administration, the dean, his assistants, and heads of departments, had weekly meetings to assess the situation by creating a WhatsApp group per course, operating 24 hours a day, and a Teams meeting for weekly meetings when necessary. Follow up with the faculty professors and their assisting body. Heads of departments made daily follow-up of e-learning to monitor the activities of professors and students and provide a daily report to the dean. Follow-up of students' attendance of online lectures and their activities. Despite the suspension of the attendance and absence policy, it was necessary to follow up the attendance of students, to follow up, register, and resolve students' complaints. The most important resource of the Institute, which was taken into consideration during the circumstances of the corona pandemic, was ensuring the efficiency of the electronic infrastructure to enable hybrid education in light of the corona pandemic. Moreover, some amendments and expansions have been applied to the e-infrastructure in order to support and cope with the required data capacity. We started by initiating the plan, communication with the students, decisions between the deans and department heads to the module leaders and academic staff. We used Zoom and Teams and SharePoint team. These were the digital methods that we used to help making the educational process efficient. We used Zoom and Teams and SharePoint, Stream, YouTube, WhatsApp, Outlook, Google Classroom, WeShare, and many other applications. Some of the digital applications have been replaced by other electronic means that were activated under the website. E-learning resources, the department's electronic education has been provided with pre-recorded lectures, live sessions. All the academic staff, including professors and assisting body, have been asked to set up live sessions on the Zoom and Microsoft Teams applications, where students can communicate and interact directly with their teachers to receive lectures and follow-ups. These direct sessions have been recorded and provided for students to review at any time and may enable students to communicate directly with heads of subjects to ask questions. These direct sessions have been scheduled according to the educational schedule. Live students interaction. The aforementioned sessions are considered a live platform for direct interaction for students, whereby the student can exchange information and ask questions to professors during lectures and follow-ups in addition to this direct platform. It allows the staff to directly discuss the student submission in all its forms. Live project discussions. In the field of architecture, students need a weekly reference feedback on their drawings. Therefore, the Architecture Engineering Department developed an electronic follow-up system and provided weekly electronic sessions to students for the purpose of referencing projects and drawings. In addition to receiving students' drawings and direct follow-up on them electronically, professors use the special drawing tool annotation directly on the screen to fix the student's drawings directly, so that the student benefits from his teacher as if he was sitting with him in the drawing studio, and be a direct feedback on the student's project, and discussions are exchanged between the student and the professor. Our department was lucky enough actually to have two young TAs, Mustafa and Faizi, who worked hard on setting up the e-learning system and the mechanism of lecture uploads and student submissions. I thought I should thank them actually in this presentation. Students made great output in almost every course they have been taught. Here are some work samples documenting how hard the student-professor relationship worked round the clock and made great output. We can see here some of the student submissions through Microsoft Teams software. Also here, some projects and some groups, WhatsApp groups, showing the interaction, the student-professor interaction through WhatsApp groups. This was, for example, for a graduation project. This screenshot shows the Academy's Moodle, showing the assignment submission process and grading system. The classroom as well was a used tool for submission, especially in design courses. It allows students to submit their work and then get back with the comments from the professor and the grades. Microsoft Stream was used to upload live videos of lectures as a reference for them to study from. Microsoft SharePoint as an archive for the work, as well as OneDrive. Outlook was used for the emailing between students and professors as the official corresponding way between them. We use Google Forms as well for the questionnaires and surveys for students. We used to make like monthly surveys and questionnaires to take any complaints from the students in order to improve our educational process. The calendar was used for scheduling lectures and meetings. Main challenges and emergencies in the academic year 2019-2020 was that professors and teaching assistants had to work around the clock to be able to follow up students. Students faced great psychological stress and anxiety at the beginning of the new teaching system, which affected their performance at first until they got adapted to the new distance learning system, which included a student-teacher relation that allows a very close follow-up process. The need for a great storage capacity due to the increase of the volume of lectures and files on the platforms which was solved using Microsoft Stream and OneDrive for saving their work and archiving it. Online learning have advantages as well, such as the flexibility and ease to reach people, time saving, reducing the carbon footprint as we don't need to print all our work on paper, comfortable learning environment, and improving technical skills for using all these electronic systems. But we can't deny that it also have some disadvantages, such as the slow internet speed and high cost of internet packages, the difficulty in some practical parts of courses, the difficulty to teach some courses like the design. It was a real challenge actually for our architecture students, not only in our academy. Some university professors couldn't adapt well to the online learning process, and losing the face-to-face communication is also something that affected so much the educational system. We can go now to the blended learning. Blended learning system is a mix between class-based teaching and e-learning system. It became widely used after the Ministry of Higher Education decided that during the academic year 2020 and 2021, the education system will be hybrid education, which means it's merged between class-based education and distance learning or e-learning. The hybrid education system was already evolving, but the pandemic circumstances accelerated the implementation of it. The pandemic helped us reveal our potentials and our abilities to work successfully with the hybrid system. Here we can see a very small example for the blended learning. We have online sources, and of course we have a part of a class-based instruction. This is the more personalized learning environment for the blended learning. Assessment methods as well got affected greatly by the online system and the hybrid education. But it had some challenges as well, such as the internet connectivity issues can come into play for some students and create unnecessary stress in an already stressful time. We are talking here about a real challenge, or if they are pretending, we can never know the actual reason, but we have to take it into consideration. Proctoring software meant to reduce cheating often depends on high bandwidth and surveillance technologies, which won't work for many students' home internet connectivity. This wasn't applied actually in our academy due to some technical issues. Small time windows are unfair for students who have older or slower devices. So we tend to have some alternative assessment methods, such as non-exam options. We can go for researches or something. Alternative exam options, open book exams or take-home exams, which needed a customized system of questions, not the ordinary one. Oral exams, combination, portfolio-based assessment. We can say here that the portfolio-based assessment is very suitable for architecture students, especially in architecture design courses and working drawings, as we have been using it actually before the pandemic and before the blended learning systems, and having discussions and questions from participants. The assessment of student learning in an online environment changes. We can say that we are having open book and written exams. Some of them can be put into MCQ and short answer questions. Some some courses needed paper-based questions because or essay questions. So they used to upload it on PDF files and use the multimedia tools and OneDrive maybe to upload it to our Moodle, the system of our academy. The last thing, we used to hold oral exams on Teams, such as the meetings. We are regularly meeting for lectures. We made it through Teams software. Developing questions that resemble miniature cases or situations. Not all the courses, to be honest, can be examined by putting the MCQ questions. Providing a small collection of data, such as a description of a situation, a series of graphs, a paragraph, or any cluster information that might be appropriate for discipline. We can say here that some type of questions, some types of intended learning outcomes can be put and can be sorted into MCQ questions, not all of them. Maybe the most important part is that the measuring the creativity of students. This is something that cannot be measured by MCQ questions. What's next? We need to define what we need. Colleges and universities are looking to cut costs, and young people are beginning to realize that college isn't the only path to learning. Online classes from both within and without the higher education establishments will grow in popularity. We can see this in the multiple online courses that are now presented through the internet, especially after the pandemic, after the closures. A lot of people tend to attend online courses more than face-to-face courses or campus-based courses. Continuing research into the science of learning together with advances in artificial intelligence and adaptive computing will come together to create learning platforms coping with the change and responding to the individual learning needs of students. The falling price of highly stimulating and interactive media, virtual reality, extremely high definition haptics, 3D printing will contribute to an increased sense that being there isn't the most important aspect of an educational experience. We have really experienced this, that being here is not any important. We can hold or our classes or our lectures and maybe the assessment part as well. Through experience, it has been proved that Egyptian students adapted perfectly with the distance learning systems. This was proven by the results of students and surveys that were made to check the suitability of the distance learning and blended learning systems with students. The impressive part about how Egyptian university students adapted to distance learning systems is that architecture students who are studying one of the hardest engineering disciplines that need a lot of interaction, discussions, studio-based work, and group work got adapted to the system with remarkable outputs. That was the normal lecture in 2018. This is the lecture nowadays, Teams meeting with all the students and staff. That was the application form. Most of the universities, especially governmental universities, used to go in person to fill application forms. Now everything, especially in Shuruk Academy, now is on the website. You don't need to be there. So that was my presentation documenting the distance learning experience in the Higher Institute of Engineering. This is a short biography, short description of the institute. Thanks all for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Maha, for your impressive lecture, sharing with us a deep understanding to the online education, considering the COVID-19 and its impact on architecture education. Thank you, Dr. Maha. Now, we are moving to our next guest. Our next guest speaker is Professor Dr. Jose Madrigal. Dr. Jose is a director of the program Architecture and Urban Design at the German University in Cairo. I leave the mic now with Dr. Jose.
Thank you very much for this kind invitation. Thank you, all of our dear colleagues today. I am very thankful to have received this welcome from all of you, and around this round table. I like it very much. I would like to have this round table there.
Thank you.
By the way, now. Well, I will try to do a kind of different presentation. As you can imagine, when we are trying to talk or to reflect about how resilient is or not the architectural education in this post COVID pandemic era, we are in risk to repeat all the same arguments. And probably the dear audience we have today, by the way, congratulations because of the high number of audience you have today. It's defining very well the capacity of the organization of this institution, this group, as usual, doing the things with passion. Because at the end, maybe the common factor we have, all the people we are inside the education, is our passion for these things we are doing every day. So I will try not to repeat, as I told you, but probably to fix some points and to define some issues that eventually would make the difference. and I would like to be more focused on some of them. First of all, this image is, in my opinion, probably the best symbol of our era, which is how the big auditoriums suddenly are not needed. And suddenly, I must tell you that I suffered so much when I was giving my lectures in the middle of these auditoriums that it was something like to talk the walls. And these feelings, even from a psychological point of view, all the professors, we suffered, as well as the students, that it was very well remarked by my colleague, who was the first one talking about different experiences about the e-learning or the e-teaching too. Well, let's go to the point. First of all, I would like to remark that we are not talking about resilience and architectural education, but probably resiliences and architectural educations. I mean, which kind of architectural education we are trying to give the students, and which kind of differences we can remark. This is why, sure, all of us, we think that we architects are different. We architects are different from other courses, and we try to reflect this in any of our activities, of course in teaching. And this is why probably we have suffered so much more difficulties to teach than other theoretical approaches or other theoretical faculties. Of course, we are different. For example, if we are comparing this attitude of the students in Bologna University in the second half of the 14th century, when they were starting to teach, and it was a very passive attitude from the students. Maybe not so much more different from these students listening our dear and beloved Master of Architecture, Mies van der Rohe, when he was teaching in that thing that we talk the design studio or the studio culture. And it's true that we are really different, but the question is compared with which kind of teaching? Because probably, and I would like to be more focused on the problem of design studios, because these courses are making the difference when compared with other faculties, when compared with other curriculums. But now I would like to have a short overview about the problem of the COVID era for us. I realized that probably there are two important words as keywords that probably will define what we are today experimenting. First of all, the sense of the opportunity, and second, the challenge. And in order to try to review some of our ideas, I selected this definition you can find out in the Princeton University School of Architecture, where curiously what it's defined as the studio culture. And in the end, the studio culture, this document is something like the big manifestation of what is the difference between the theoretical courses and our core course, namely design studio or studio culture. And it's clear that at the end, the problem of the studio culture was starting from this point of view. It's a group of students trying to develop, curiously at the end, looking forward a similar goal. At the end, the difference would be the different and the several formal proposals, but at the end, all people were looking for the best solution for a problem which was the main topic of the design studio. But at the same time, the most important thing in the studio culture, always taken as a flag from the NAB, for all the universities are integrated or are under this philosophy of teaching. This is why I was trying to explain that we have different ways of understanding teaching. For example, NAV, for example, these courses are under umbrella of RAE, or it depends all, of course, of the different accreditations processes we are following. But it is clear that the studio culture at the end is a kind of a strategy for organizing some specific atmosphere where the students are sharing the different purposes, the different goals, and at the end is a mutual or common enrichment. And this is probably the most interesting thing pre-COVID. I mean, when we were understanding that the real thing to be followed was the idea of the group, the idea of generating some specific strategies, some specific atmospheres among the students and the TAs and the professors and that, you know. In the end, it was a kind of transmission of our common passion because of the architecture as a model of life at the end. Well, even being true, there are people that they were contesting clearly these kind of things. This picture and maybe these two questions are probably symbolizing these things. Is a 24-hour studio culture a good thing in the universities? Well, there are people that they think not really, you know, are in some cases even, you know, are inventions a symptom of a cultural problem in these studios? In the end, were we obliging the students to be inventors or to be designers? Inventors as sometimes even difficult machineries, difficult artifacts to be understood by the society. And then as the black and white colors, here is the official announcement from the University of New South Wales in Sydney because of the pandemic, just 1 year ago. The fact was that suddenly all the in-person classes or the face-to-face activities would be stopped. And two reactions as black and white again. First of all, the people telling teaching online design studio, oh my God, God save us, because how to do that? Suddenly we were facing the real problem. And these kind of things that for a long time were tested even by Harvard. I remember very well how Harvard in such moment in the beginning of the century started to develop the idea of online courses in design, and they rejected at the moment, and of course they have recovered now. This is one attitude. The other attitude is the positive, the optimistic attitude that would be, okay, why not? Let's go ahead. And this is the important dilemma we are today suffering. Another topic I would like to remark today is the communication. How the communication between professors and students, and even among students, have changed so much. You know, probably we will remember that there are a typical rule is 738-55 as the elements for a personal communication. And in this case, these numbers are more or less as you can see now. 7% of the message is arriving through spoken words. So it's arriving through the concept, explain it in an oral way. Curiously, other 38% of this communication is arriving because of the voice or because of the tone. How are we communicating these ideas? But curiously, we have lost 55% of this communication. Why? because of the body language. You can see how this kind of even today, this kind of communications, are always done sitting down. Suddenly, we have lost the capacity to move our hands. I am talking now on behalf of the professors and even on behalf of the students when they are, some of them, perfect sellers of their ideas. And these kind of things we lost suddenly. Why? Because I am asking myself, for example, who is teaching the teachers to teach? And this is a real problem we have today. I mean, most of us, we have been learning to teach through our own experiences. There are very few universities teaching the professors to teach. And this is a kind of contradiction because suddenly we were obliged to start to learn how to teach, how to use our own resources, but without a 55% of the body language as Albert Mehrabian defined it 20 years ago. So some limitations, of course, online are appearing and are decreasing the capacity of our communication through the body language. But there is another important thing, talking about communication. Of course, this is the time where the professors are trying to meet the students, and curiously, and this is the important issue we are suffering, and we were suffering before, is when the students were coming, some kind of students are coming to the design studios only to receive their, the suggestions, their corrections. Okay, let me know, and I am leaving. So it's something like to go to the hospital to receive the medical doctor suggestions and leaving, so waiting there for 1 hour and a half, and suddenly in my 5 minutes I have resolved my problems, bye-bye, I am going to home, hopefully to work. But curiously, the design studio culture is not really what we were practicing. Let us open our eyes and let us see if we are so far from these things. Because at the end, and I would like to remark, and it's remarked in yellow in this slide, the students are demanding this personal and individual communication. And they demand even this exclusive attention for them. After that, probably they are not in the discourse and they are not paying attention, and it's repeating, it's the same model we were doing, it's sometimes repeated in our new ways of teaching even. But curiously, if we see at this web page from RAE, where it's announced that the studio teaching falls victim to COVID. And the most important thing is, according to the inquiry done by Bath University, Faculty of Architecture, the students declared that the satisfaction level of this studio culture has fallen down by 58%. So something is badly done, something is the problem. Sorry, now I am lost. I don't know what happened, but suddenly, oh yes, it's coming back again. Thank you. The best proof of how the some professors are not well ready for that is I was not able to do that now. So let's go now to the experiences at DUC. I will symbolize these two pictures that they are very, very clear, So on the left, the environment of pre-COVID, on the right, the environment post-COVID. The big difference at this moment is maybe the shorter number of students, no social distance, by the way. It was impossible to try to convince our dear beloved students, please keep the social distance, even because we are in a culture where the social distance is exactly this one. So we are trying to apply social distances coming from, for example, United Kingdom, when we are trying to buy a ticket for the cinema, we are 1.5 meters from the other. No, here we are not doing this kind of rows or queues for buying anything. So we are repeating exactly the same patterns as cities we had. But the masks is probably the identity signal of these times, sure. Well, I try to resume what happened there at DUC. I will not be, of course, I will not review in a detail but I would like to tell you that there were two important points where the board of trustees of the university showed us their concerns. One of them is to try to activate a personal way of communication, personal platforms, and the second one was the safety. And curiously, I must confess that the safety was against architectural teaching modes, because the safety in this case was the main consequence was to lose the possibility to use officially the Zoom platform, which probably would be for us maybe one of the most interesting platforms because of this capacity to interact in time, and this was not possible in the first step. I must differentiate between the first and the second steps. So the first lockdown was a very hard problem for all of us. No initial preparation from the professors, a fast training, and especially this kind of skepticism from the staff members. Some of them, I must tell that I think it will be the same thing, you know. The TAs were usually much better prepared to deal with these issues. Meanwhile, some of the senior professors suffered so much because of the, you know, this kind of lack of relations with new technologies and so on. But I must tell you that even if I have differentiated, I have separated here the theory courses from the practical ones. So design studio will be in the bottom, two bottom rows. Meanwhile, the other ones are the theory courses. And even in the theory courses, I must highlight the low level of participation of the students initially, you know, some disorientation from the students, and especially maybe the most important problem would be the time management. How the students were not able to manage their timings because of new scenarios were in front of them. And especially after that, this kind of lack of possibilities for in the theoretical lessons, you know, to have this kind of questions and answers, as the most important point where the communication was done really in the theory courses. In the practical courses, the design studios, of course, things were a bit easier when the university provided us 11 exclusive channels for architecture. It was practically third of the 33% of the channels because the total number was 34. And in this case, things were a bit better, but at the end, the problem was that the interaction was not exactly the reproduction of the studio culture. But at the same time, I would like to remark another problem, which would be the passive attitude by some of the students. I mean, some of the students, for some reasons, they were not really adapted to the new times. But these kind of things were, in my opinion, in this second lockdown, were so different. At this moment, I must tell you that the participation in the theory courses were better, and the participation even with some parallel activities were increasing in general terms, and especially because of the capacity of the students to manage better the time and to organize themselves through their own agendas. All these things are to tell you that at the end, of course, this is a hard learning process where we are, and probably, I don't know why, or I don't know the reason, it would be better to have only 2 lockdowns and to finish here with these pandemic times. But if the third lockdown will arrive, sure, we will be even so much better prepared. This is obvious. And the question even is the blended learning. That's probably one of the better ways to understand how future times will be developed in our architectural courses. Opportunities, I told you before, and opportunities are in some cases, for example, what happened in November there in our architectural program with this Congress where 18 different countries were represented in the papers, in the Agora Caume 2020, for example, and of course, it was a very strange scenario. We can see here how the executive secretary for the Pritzker Prize in the screen is talking to the flags, as a kind of contradiction again, about these things. Meanwhile, 400 people were, of course, attending. But in this case, is this kind of black and white again? And especially as a result, the Agora platform of schools of architecture and urban design, and this is probably a kind invitation even for this institution to join us in this group of now 44 universities in the Euromed region with 67 professors, and hopefully today 45 universities and probably 75 professors from your side. I will be very, very, very happy if these things happen, because probably this is the point that we have, where we have clearly improved our capacities of interactions, our capacities even to create networks. Some personal conclusions. First of all, from my point of view, studio culture, of course, face-to-face, is probably today a kind of nostalgia or a kind of romanticism. Probably we will not come back exactly in the same conditions, but it's true that sometimes when we see these pictures as the one of Frank Lloyd Wright teaching to a group of students, maybe we would be very happy to recover this kind of relations, and especially this ratio, 5 students per professor would be perfect for all of us. But probably this is not our time. But when we are going online process, I would like, I'm sorry for that, to do my SWOT analysis. So sorry for that, because I know that these things are so normal. But it's true that as a weaknesses, I would like to remark the loss of the traditional studio culture, probably. And the threats, in my opinion, would be the loss of relations between professors and students, or at least the change for another kind of relations. I would like to remark my personal impressions about 3 topics. First of all, we need to engage in other way to the students. And this is a very curious thing, because it's a kind of divorce we are suffering. Meanwhile, we think that the students are so far from us. At the same time, the students are opening their homes, and suddenly we can see the bedrooms of the students. We are invading even these sacred spaces and suddenly we were so far. So this is a kind of contradiction, and it is very curious, you know. But at the same time, I would like to remind what I am doing in my case is nothing new, because sure, all of you are doing very similar things, but I am obliged to talk about myself. And in this case, for example, the two-way comments, I think they are very important for us. This is why, for example, I usually am doing the digital submissions one day before the real presentations, as a way to have a good advantage from the professional of view, so we are able to review before what we will see, and probably, and this is the advantage for the students, our comments as professors, our suggestions will be more accurate. I mean, let us confess that it will not be the first time that when we are obliged to see 30, 40 exercises during one day or 2 days, sometimes we are not really brilliant. And we have so many things in our minds, but through this kind of strategies, we are able to serve in the best way to our students. And then another topic to reflect on that, the autonomy. I mean, curiously, and this is another kind of contradictions, meanwhile, we are telling the students, well, we are recording our lectures, you are free to listen or to watch our lectures when you like. And the students are, wow, fantastic, you know, when we like. But then the problem they are discovering is a lack of discipline, a lack of rigid timings are maybe the best or the worst enemy for the students. So the students were not really prepared to have this discipline. Okay, tomorrow when I like, I will watch the lecture. And when I like is maybe instead of 8 in the morning, 10:30, etc. But at the same time, the pressure. I would like to do some comments. The pressure we are suffering because I saw the students. No, I cannot do a Zoom with you for seeing the project because tomorrow I have at 10:30 I have one lecture. I don't know, and 9:30, etc. I mean, it's not easy to resolve. There is another problem, which is it's forbidden. The distraction is forbidden. I mean, distraction is in a second, and this is happening in the real life, in face-to-face, and of course in the online because we lose the tie at the end. Some questions, final questions. Can I become an architect by studying online? Because probably now the future would be, okay, everything online. Well, I went to the Academy of Art University, which is the program is accredited by NAB, so all the very well blessed program, you know. And of course, if we go to the web page, this is a personal and defense of the online courses. But curiously, I would like to remark two comments, you know. This is the perfect picture to define this concept of studying online. So suddenly, this new graduate architect or a student is completely isolated, completely out of context, probably. So I personally don't think that it is possible to be architect online. Or maybe we will be exactly an online architect, which is another kind of architect, in my opinion. But there will be people defending, of course, this system. Why not? What will happen with the professors? They are exhausted, practically exhausted in the middle of all this process. At the end, our word at the end was preparing. If we have suffered, probably all of us, you know, to prepare a lecture online is one thing, to prepare a lecture for having face-to-face is another thing. We are spending at the moment so much time, probably because of lack of training. Probably in the future things will be easier, but at the moment this pattern or this model of professor completely exhausted and closed among these four walls is what we have today. So I promise you, do not talk so much, and especially do not have here the space for the advertisement for my university, because this is not the reason why I am here, but it was a nice opportunity for me to share some reflections and especially to share some concerns. Thank you very much for your time, for passing, and it was a really
Thank you, Dr. Jose, for your profound and deep analysis for the online education and how it could be useful, especially at this time, and the circumstances caused by COVID-19. I hope all my colleagues and students have enjoyed this lecture. And now we're moving to our next guest speaker, Dr. Rami Bakir. Dr. Rami is Assistant Professor in the Department of Architecture and Engineering at the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime. Welcome, Dr. Rami, and I leave the mic with you now.
Thank you, Professor. Hello, my name is Rami Bakir, and I'm an assistant professor at the Department of Architecture, Engineering, and Environmental Design in the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport in Cairo, Egypt. First of all, I would like to thank the SHA Academy and express how honored I am to be invited amongst the esteemed speakers in the conference. And I would like to also thank all the respected speakers who represented the insightful work today. I'll be sharing now my presentation. I hope it's showing now. I would like to present today some of my reflections on how...
Yes, it's okay now. You can go on.
I would like to present today some of my reflections on how certain transformations in the educational practices I have witnessed during the first COVID-19 lockdown in my department were indicative of interesting opportunities for the development of architectural pedagogy that to build on. But first, allow me to quickly introduce myself. My name is Rami Bakir. I graduated from Ain Shams University in 2004, and since then I have been a practicing architect.
Dr. Rami, there is a problem in connection. We can't listen to your voice now.
Is it better now?
Can you check it?
Yeah, I'm at the academy, so we have good internet here. So
yeah, it's okay now. It's okay.
Great, thank you. So as I was saying, AST has 12 campuses in 8 cities and 3 countries, but my 16 years of academic teaching are with the Cairo campus charity. That's where I'm talking the Masters of Science program.
Dr. Bakir, we still have the same problem. People who can't hear your voice.
Is it a problem
Please
with the
check the connection.
Is it better now?
It's okay now.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rami, the connection is still, we have some problem in it. We can't listen to your voice. We can see your presentation only.
Yeah, if you can't hear me, and I can hear noise.
And we have some echo.
I'm not sure if the problem is from my side. If
it comes and goes.
Dr. Rami, excuse me. It's not from our side. A lot of participants are sending us on the conferences page that there are some technical issues. We can't hear your voice. So please tell us if we can assist you in anything.
I think maybe it's his microphone. He should change his microphone if possible.
انا على التليفون مع دكتوره مها دلوقتي، حد سامعني على المايك؟
ايوه صوتك كويس، صوتك كويس جدا.
طب كويس، اقدر ابدا البرزنتيشن من الاول؟
يلا شد حيلك يلا.
هقفل الكاميرا بقى المره دي. معلش سامحوني جميعا، معلش. انا معاكي على التليفون لو احتجتي حاجه. شكرا يا دكتوره مها. معلش انا بعتذر للجميع، بس فعلا انا مش عارف ايه اللي كان حاصل. لو سامعيني كويس اقدر ابدا من الاول لو تسمحوا لي، عشان انا كنت فاهم ان الصوت مش واصل دلوقتي.
يلا جو هيد جو هيد جو هيد.
ثانك يو دكتور، ثانك يو دكتور. طبعا بعد الشكر لأكاديمية شروق and I would like to thank شروق and everyone who spoke today and shared their insightful work today. I would like to present today some of my reflections on how certain transformations in the educational practices I have witnessed during the first COVID lockdown in my department were indicative of interesting opportunities for the development of architectural pedagogy that could be built on. But first, allow me to quickly introduce myself. And before I start, can you hear me well still? تاني صوت الوشه طلع في وداني مره واحده.
مصطفى ايه؟ اعرف الاول ميوت بقى ميوت. ادخل اسيستنت دكتور ياسر.
We are facing technical problems. We will delay this presentation a few minutes. While we're waiting, we will start a discussion negotiating the online education, the cons and pros, get benefit for of the presence of such elite professors until the presentation is ready.
لا دكتور ايمن عثمان. دكتور ايمن.
Okay. Our next guest speaker is Professor Dr. Ayman Osman, Head of Architectural Engineering Department at the British University in Egypt. Welcome, Dr. Ayman. I leave the mic with you now. Are ready for the presentation?
Okay.
Welcome, Dr. Ayman.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay.
And can you see the slides?
اوكي اتفضل يا ايمن.
اوكي. السلايدز واضحه حضرتك؟
واضحه يا دكتور.
واضحه جدا.
Okay. First of all, good evening everyone, dear colleagues. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to participate in such a wonderful conference which discusses an important issue that we are encountering nowadays. First of all, I'd like to thank Shrouk Academy for the kind invitation, especially Professor Mu'taz, Professor Manal, and all colleagues in the Shrouk Academy. In addition, I would like to welcome all our colleagues, and I was very pleased to listen to their experience with regard to the online e-learning experience. Today I am presenting the online experience of the British University in Egypt, specifically in the Architecture Engineering department. The presentation outline, I'm going to have a brief introduction, then the online delivery methods followed in the department, the online assessment that have been carried out, then what are the challenges and opportunities of the online delivery methods and assessments. Then we conducted an evaluation of the online experience, and finally I will conclude with the learned lessons and the way forward. Introduction. Due to the COVID-19, universities in Egypt and worldwide put all classes on hold and switched to online learning. Despite the presence of distance education and distance online classes, it was introduced in University of London in 1980s. Its old methodology of delivering modules. However, their utilization was marginal compared to the dominant on-campus classes. Specifically in the area of architecture, we are not get used to online education or distance education. We are adhered to face-to-face education. However, distance education became a universal approach to address the challenges of the pandemic situation that we are encountering worldwide. Accordingly, this presentation aims to present the distance/online learning experience of the Architecture Engineering Department at the British University in Egypt. Briefly, I would like to introduce the department to our colleagues. The department was established by the inauguration of the British University in 2005. We have 15 full-time academic staff members. We have 27 teaching assistants, 350 students from degree year 1 to degree year 4. The program is validated by Loughborough University from 2005 till 2017 and is now being validated by South Bank University from till 2017 till present. In collaboration between the Architecture Engineering Department and the Civil Engineering Department, we are running a Master of Science and the Master of Engineering in Sustainable Design and Construction. The facilities including in the department lecture halls, drawing halls, classrooms and labs, and the students joining the department after passing a qualifying exam in architecture. Online delivery methods that followed in the department. We have classification of the modules into 3 groups of modules. The first type is the design/drafting based modules, the theoretical based modules, and the computer based modules. These modules are distributed throughout the 4 years of architecture. The first modules, or the first type of modules, which are very concerned with our specialty, which is the design and the drafting based modules. This including the architecture design, urban design, urban planning, building construction, working drawing. So these are design and drafting modules. These modules have been taught in the normal cases face-to-face. And we spend a lot of hours with our students in the design studio. However, due to the pandemic, we have shifted to the online or distance learning methods. In order to deliver the best of our staff members, NTAs, to our students, so all degree years, the students were grouped into groups from 20 to 25 students per group, and each group was supported by one staff member and 2 TAs. Classes were organized and run online through using Zoom sessions, following a timetable announced to students and the staff prior the sessions. The follow-up and annotated feedback were given to students on the spot using the Zoom sessions, and the students were provided later on by a written feedback. So if they are missing any issues during the discussion, they can return back to the follow-up, written follow-up provided to students. Here are some examples of the feedback given to students, annotated feedback on the spot. These are comments given to students. These are design modules at degree year 3. Okay. These are also some examples of the drawing-based modules, like the working and building construction, and it shows the annotated feedback given to students. One of the other methods that we have used in delivering the modules is using animation to explain casting shade and shadow during the lectures and tutorials for students. So it was provided by doing animation.
Yes, Dr. Ayman, we have seen everything.
Okay.
It's okay until now.
So this module is visual design 2, delivered to degree year 1 students, and we preferred to do the shade and shadow casting through using the animation. So this is one of the tools that we have used to facilitate the delivery of such a module. The other thing also in another module is drawing the perspective, how students draw perspective. So also it was done through animation. Okay, so through using animation, we succeeded to deliver such difficult modules to students by casting shade and shadow and drawing perspective. So we are trying to use more interactive tools and methods to deliver the material to our students. This what have been discussed before is regarding the design and drafting modules. The other thing is the theoretical based modules, like project management, geotechnical theory of architecture, Islamic architectures. So all lectures were delivered online through using Zoom sessions, following a timetable announced at the beginning of the semester to students and the module team. All lectures also were recorded and uploaded on the e-learning website to facilitate for students to return back to what have been delivered in the lecture. Feedback and the comments on a student's assignment are uploaded in the e-learning website, where every student can review his or her performance. And these are examples of the recorded lectures. And we provided students also with links to free resources on the e-learning, on the YouTube that explain some of the principles of delivered in material in modules, like this presentation about lighting.
Dr. Ayman, we can't hear your voice. There is something wrong, I guess.
Okay.
Please check the connection.
Can you listen to me right now? Hello?
Okay, it's okay.
Okay. Okay. So as I just mentioned that the recorded lectures are uploaded on the e-learning, and the students were provided with links that explain topics that covered during the lectures. As you can see from the screen, that the feedback sheets on the left is uploaded for every student, so he can know what are the good things, the bad things, and how he or she can improve the provided work. For the theoretical based modules, because it's based on many of this module based on questions, calculations, and so on. So we provide the students with solved problems and the model answers for previous work. This can help and facilitate understanding the theoretical based modules. The other type of modules, which are the computer-based modules, these modules will delivered online, where the module leader explains the concepts online. Then he applies with the students on the spot on their laptops. This 2D CAD modeling, 3D CAD modeling, Revit, which are the computer-based. The cohort is divided into groups between 20 to 25 students, and they are giving on-the-spot feedback online through the tutorials. The classes were organized and run online using a preset timetable, and the follow-up and annotated feedback given to students on the spot. And here are examples of the explanation how the module delivered by the module leader, step by step online, and then it was recorded and uploaded as well on the e-learning, so students can return back to these modules and these lectures for later on for revision and studying. This are what have been mentioned before is how we delivered the design and the drafting modules, the theoretical based modules, and the computer based module. The coming section is about how we assist our students in these modules. Before the pandemic, everything was done on campus. However, with the rising of the pandemic issue, it was not possible for bringing students to the campus to be examined. So we delivered online assessment of the different or the various types of modules. Assessment of the design-based modules, we have the assessment was based on 3 criteria. The design research studies, which is 20%, design project, which is 50, and 1 week design project, which is 30. The first one, the research studies, which is a group project or a group studies about the standards of the project to be designed. Students do the research and then present their work online. The design project, at the beginning of the semester, we announced to students the coursework brief, which includes the project in hand, and every student is developing his or her ideas, and through the online sessions, we begin giving the students feedback, and they improve their design until the final submission. The 1 week project is given to the student at the beginning of the week, and they are giving 1 week to study the type of the project, and then they are given the detailed program, and then produce the project and submit online. And what you can see is sample of these projects. The other type of assessment is the drafting modules, including the working drawing, the building construction 1 and 2. So the assessment of this module about students submit a group technical research report about one of the methods or techniques used in building construction. This is a group project. They are developed and follow up with professors and TAs, and then they present their research project. Then we have individual drawing portfolios. We have 2 portfolios, account for 60% of the total module weight. And then we have individual oral presentation, exam and the presentation individually. Every student is asked specifically on his or her project. And all these feedback and presentation have been done online. The last thing is the theoretical based modules. Almost of these modules have group research report, which is 20%. We have in-class assessment about 20%, and we have unseen exams. The issue that encountered us in delivering or in assessing these modules is students are given the exam online. and they are allowed a specific time to answer the exam or the in-class assessment, and then to upload their answers online. In order to make sure that no plagiarism case happens, or that the student cheating from each other, we developed a number of assessments distributed to students, so with random questions. So if the exam is about 2 hours, then we are giving students about 2 hours and a half, 2 hours to the same number of hours specified in the module specification, and the 30 minutes for uploading and uploading their work on the e-learning website. So through following, making the exams challenging, and there is a number of exams sent to students, so we tried as much as we can to minimize the challenge of plagiarism and cheating from each other. Through passing the online issue and delivering materials online, we encountered a number of challenges and opportunities of online delivery method and assessment. The challenges that we faced during the distance learning is threefold. The first one is the student-related challenges, staff-related challenges, and infrastructure-related challenges. The first one is student-related challenges. The first thing that we faced is the poor attendance of students. We noticed through following up the attendees of lectures, about 40 to 50% of students attend, and there are some of them on and off. So they come to say hello in the morning and then they disappear. So we found there's poor attendance of students, poor internet connections at home. Many students pretend that they cannot attend the lecture because of the internet connection at home is unstable. Although some of the students attended, but they are careless on interacting on or being in contact with the module leader who delivering the lecture. Poor interaction with the lecture as a result of being busy with other things during lecture. As you can see, they are attending the lecture and eating and drinking at the same time. Some students attend for the sake of not being considered absent, because we have an attendance policy that you should have attend a certain number of lectures and tutorials. So students attend the lecture, they are in, but either they are sleeping, or when the module leader calling for his or her name, he can present himself that he is attending. Other student challenges, the inappropriate action of students in terms of being absent during lectures and the tutorial, and to contact staff members at later time for explanation. So they are absent during lecture and the tutorials, and at the end they are contacting professors and TAs later at night, which is unacceptable, as our colleagues have mentioned also in their presentations. So they are not adhering to the official time, and they pretended that because you are sitting at home and the TAs and the professors are sitting at home, there is nothing bad to contact them. And so this is one of the inappropriate action of students. Also, students are not familiar with the Zoom or MS Teams, Microsoft Teams features and the capabilities, so they cannot have the ability to present their work and use the whole facilities of these platforms. There also difficulty for many students to understand the delivered materials, specifically the difficult materials, either in theoretical based modules or drawing modules. So some students, they cannot relate the feedback written to them and what they have did on the drawing sheets. So there is difficulty for many students to understand delivered materials, specifically in modules that is used to be taught face-to-face in design modules. These are some of the challenges that facing our students. However, there are some issues related or some challenges related to the staff members. The online delivery or delivery method are not commonly used in delivering modules. In architecture, we used to deliver face-to-face. And the online deliver is not a common practice. So staff members were not aware of the full features of Zoom or MS Teams, which limited their feedback to students. This happened in the beginning of the closure and the first use of the Zoom and the MS Teams. Then this issue have been solved later on. The sudden closure of universities forced many staff members to use the commercial version of Zoom, which terminate after 40 minutes. And this make logging on and out disruption to the lecture and the classes, and this issue was resolved later on. The design feedback are hard to deliver online compared to face-to-face. Many staff members found issues and problems to deliver the feedback to students because they used to have pencil and pen and work by hand with the students, and this was not happening during the online delivery. The third challenge that we found is the infrastructure related challenges, including the poor internet connection and overload due to the heavy traffic of lectures and the tutorials across the department and the university at large. This is one of the challenges that we encountered. The limited capacity of the university server to host all uploaded materials, especially videos and the heavy files. Some lectures and the tutorials were not recorded due to technical issues, so the module leader began to deliver the lecture and to record it, and by the end of the lecture he found that the recording went into vain. So these were some issues that encountered us due to the technical issues. Poor mic and sound system facilities, and the poor outage happen with the students when they were not able to log in back. In Shuruk, we found that this issue happens frequently as the maintenance of the electricity infrastructure. So in many cases, lectures were not went online due to the power outage in the university. These are some of the challenges that we encountered, but there are some opportunities of online learning. These opportunities include students can open the lectures while being at home. So this gives students also the opportunity to listen to the lecture once, twice, and many times until he or she get perceived the information delivered. For students, can save transportation time and open lectures online. And the students who live, for instance, in Al Haram or in Faisal, they make about 2 hours in coming back and forth to the university. So they were happy that they can open the lecture and listen to it at home. In some cases, lectures can be scheduled at later time if students have issues such as submitting projects in other modules. Due to the delivery of other modules, students may have a lecture at 9 o'clock and they have a presentation to be done or a project to be delivered in other module. So through the arrangement between the two module leaders, we can delay one of the lectures until the student get rid of the other projects, decreases the number of COVID-19 cases. The online learning played an important role of distance education, social distancing between students. So this played a role in decreasing the number of COVID cases and help in staff and student safety. Some of the opportunities include easier for some modules to submit online and reduce the cost of printing submissions. As we all know, the cost of printing sheets and banners for our projects to some students are costly. So through submitting the drawings as a PDF or a GPG, so they're reducing the cost of printing and submission. Some opportunities, the university offered online training to staff members to be familiarized with the use of the features of Zoom and MS Teams, and this have resolved the issue of not being familiar with these platforms before. All classrooms, lecture halls, and the laboratories were equipped with audio-visual facilities, so the staff member can deliver the lecture, explain it on the board, and all the students can see at home and interact with the module leader. Increasing the university bandwidth and the storage capacity. The internet bandwidth have been doubled, and the storage capacity of the university was doubled as well to be able to host all videos and uploading materials. Developing virtual reality. So developing a virtual learning management system across the university. The Faculty of Computer Science, Informatics and Computer Science developed what we called virtual learning management system, where every staff member, through using his login credentials, at the same time of your lecture, as you can see from the table on the right, that we have a human resource management in construction and architecture on Wednesday at 9 o'clock for 3 hours. And once, as a module leader, you press on the green in the green line, okay, then it opens the Zoom session for you and your students. So you and your students, you can see at the same time of the lecture a link sent already to everyone automatically, and they can go and attend the lecture, you and all the TAs. So this is one of the facility across the university which facilitated the internet connections between us and students. In order to evaluate our experience, the department developed a survey questionnaire to our students, and then we conducted a workshop for staff members. I will present firstly the survey questionnaire. At the end of the semester, an online survey questionnaire was conducted by the department across all cohorts, from degree 1 to degree 4, and the questionnaire aimed to evaluate the effectiveness of the online delivery of lectures and the tutorials, the effectiveness of the provided facilities for communication with the students, and the effectiveness of the support received from staff members and TAs. Out of 350 survey questionnaires sent to students, only 180 responded, which represent about 51% of students. The data analysis asked the students on a scale of 1 to 5 to rank the effectiveness of the delivered modules and tutorials. 70% of students ranked the effectiveness of the lectures of theoretical based modules 4 out of 5. So there was no problem with the delivery of theoretical modules, because it's, as we can see, it's straightforward. 1 + 1 = 2. And we have main principles students have to perceive and understand. So they ranked the theoretical based modules 4 out of 5. The computer based modules, they were ranked 3 out of 5 because it was run as a software. So the students apply what the module leader explains on their laptops, and they get feedback on the spot. However, the design and the drafting modules, which we used to have face-to-face in the past, received 2 out of 5. And students explained that we cannot understand the feedback written to them. Some students also who were absent were not able to get feedback. So there are some difficulties with the design and the drafting modules as responded by students. 65 of respondents ranked the effectiveness of the provided IT facilities, including the smart boards, including the audiovisual facilities, as well as the communication platform, 4.5 out of 5. And 60% responded that Zoom is easier, convenient, and they prefer to use Zoom, 4.5 out of 5, while they have ranked MS Teams as 2 out of 5. 75% of respondents ranked the effectiveness of the support received from staff members and TAs 4 out of 5. So this gives us some insight about the delivered modules and the facilities that are used for delivering these modules. We have an online workshop with the academic staff and TAs to evaluate the online experience, because we are the people who are delivering the service to our students. Results of the workshop highlighted that there is a need to train students on the use of online application to maximize their benefits from these tools, because Zoom sessions and Teams, they have a lot of tools to be used that can support and facilitate the delivery and feedback, and the student can use it to explain his or her idea. Also, the workshop resulted that there is a need to raise the awareness of the importance of online learning, which is expected to stay for some time. Due to the pandemic era that we are living, online learning will continue for some time. So we need to raise the awareness of the students, and we can say that culture need to be changed, that we are encountering and we are facing new area of learning, new challenge that we have to deal with. There is a need to update the module specifications to adapt to the blended learning. In order to solve the issue of between either to be fully online or to come to the campus, the blended learning is a midway through that can be used to combine and to get the benefit of both delivery methods. Now we are in the process of modifying the module specifications to include blended learning and online assessment. To conclude, what are the learned lessons and the way forward? Firstly, the COVID-19 is expected to continue. And as academics and people who are teaching architecture, we have to take the precautions to live with it. So we don't know when the issue is going to diminish and we return back to normal teaching in architecture. So we have to deal with this issue, take the opportunity of it, and do what we call the SWOT analysis, how we can do and interact with this issue. The online learning is the way for delivering modules during the case of pandemic. Academic institutions are advised to investigate the challenges that affect their performance and take corrective action. This will include strategies related to students, staff, infrastructure, facilities, levels. The use of blending learning approach is encouraged as a midway through, where students attend twice. We did this experiment this semester, which students in every, we have 12 academic weeks. So students in design modules and drafting modules, which we have the lowest ranking by students, every cohort has to come to campus 2 days a week, so they can get feedback on these modules, the design and the drafting modules. The other modules, which are the theoretical based and computer based, are delivered online. So this give us the opportunity to get the benefit of the on-campus teaching, face-to-face teaching, and the benefit also of the e-learning to avoid the issue of contact between students and to keep the social distance. I have to close my presentation by a quote says, online learning is not the next big thing. It is the now big thing. So online learning is the fate what we are facing now, and we have to deal with it from a professional perspective to deliver the best service to our students. Thank you, and I am ready for any question if you wish.
Thank you, Dr. Ayman.
Thanks so much.
Are you ending your presentation, Dr. Ayman?
Yes, I did already.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ayman. It was a
Did you
great
hear
lecture
it till
and a
the
very rich
end, or there
experience.
is?
I think you all got benefit of it. Thank you again, Dr. Ayman. And now we are moving to our guest speaker, Dr. Basil Kamel. Dr. Basil is the head of Architecture Engineering Department at the American University in Cairo. Maybe he doesn't remember he was an external reviewer in my master's thesis in 2005. I'm personally honored to be one of his students. Now we are all waiting to enjoy his lecture. Dr. Basil.
عجزتني يا راجل. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Again, thanks to SHA Academy for this opportunity. This is a wonderful conference, a wonderful presentations, and a lot of interesting ideas and thought all through. I am sure we are now all suffering the ills and the problems of the online. I like very much the slides that the GUC professor put at the end, where he was just laying down on the floor, and I think we are all getting into that mode now. I will try as much as possible not to take a long time, because after my colleague's presentation, Dr. Ayman, and after a lot of the presentations, I don't think I have anything more to say. But again, the issue is a very active issue, and it's a very important thing to discuss and to talk about. Let me try, as the way I usually kind of even trigger my students, to put forward some questions. And these questions, although may appear a little bit sarcastic, but they do have a point. Why do we have only presentations and no discussions and no comments and no questions? Yes, time-wise, it may not be the best scenario, management and control, but definitely allowing the discussion is one key aspect to promote thought and to brainstorm about ideas and issues. My second question, which is even more sarcastic, is why are we the only people who are presenting? Why are not students presenting? Why are we not asking students their thoughts and their ideas? Why are we not asking practitioners their thoughts and ideas? Why are we not asking developers about their thoughts and ideas? Why are we talking to ourselves, by ourselves, about education? I think we need to broaden this perspective all through, because I think it's very important that we see things from the other side and not only play those who evaluate everything. It's not that easy for us to accept that, but at the same time, I think we have to. The reason is because we are trying and struggling to appropriate a system that we have been using for years and years with a face-to-face communication into another system and another mode that hypothetically has totally different means and ways and logistics of how to communicate. And by the way, education is about communication. So if we change the mode of communication, then we hypothetically have to change a long list. And as you have seen through all these presentations, if I would capitalize on kind of multiple issues, whether positive or negative, problematic or at ease, it's a big list. And we have to handle this big list. And interestingly enough, we are not the experts. We do not know about online learning. We are guessing. We are learning. We are trying to adapt to something that we really don't know about. So accordingly, the whole thing is quite a big puzzle. And for us to really kind of work our way, we have to pedagogically and from the basic ideologies of things, try to question what we'll do. A lot of things have been talked about into these presentations. Some of them touch upon direct learning processes and ways and methods, and others touch upon broader aspects of academic integrity, aspects of the idea of how to engage students, aspects of how to create an environment of learning that is different than what we are used to, and so on. Aspects of the social communication, multiple facets of things. In order for us to deal with these, it's very difficult for those who don't really know to suddenly become the experts. And I'm sorry, we are not. What happened in AUC? Once we started this idea of moving into online learning, we were very close. I remember March, I think early March last year, we were very close to the spring break. So one clever idea that actually was developed in the AUC is, okay, wait a minute, why don't we take our spring break now, immediately? And within that spring break, we will allow faculty, students, technicians to take some training. And this training would allow us all to at least be acquainted with and handle the new mode. Now, are we at that point going to learn everything about online? To understand everything about online? Guess what? Those who were teaching us that were not also experts in online, because the magnitude of using online was never at that magnitude. It was never at that broad of a spectrum. We gave some courses, we gave some ideas, we gave some issues, but pulling that down to every bit and pieces of all the educational process was something totally new. So accordingly, nobody was an expert in online learning. But a lot of interesting issues were raised at that time. And I think they were key for our broader understanding and also for students to get a little bit of an engagement of what are they going to face into this process. And we thought, all of us, that by practice and by doing it, things will get better. On the contrary, and I'm not pessimistic, but I'm still optimistic, things are not getting better. Things are still in the magnitude of major problems with online learning, as most of the presentations noted. At AUC, they talked about two kind of parts of the equation. The first was the idea of a content, and how do we deliver a content, and how do we communicate a knowledge basket. And the second is the experience. What do we mean by experience? I don't mean an experience in learning architecture or teaching architecture or whatever other discipline. I mean an experience of a university. What does an experience of a university mean to a student? Suddenly, this is not there. Suddenly, we are only focusing on the knowledge, the know-how, the material, the skills, and so on, but we are not giving the student the opportunity for social interaction, for cultural development, for knowledge, for personality, for character, for activity. Suddenly we took that away from them. How does that also impact the whole logic and idea of education is something that nobody questions. And we are all assuming that students are fit, they are okay, they are socially sound, they are mentally sound, they are psychologically fine, and we are bombarding them with knowledge aspects even more rigor and more vigorous than what we used to do into our regular face-to-face. Why? Because we want the contact to be strong and we want to make sure that we give them as much as we can. So let us talk a little bit first about the idea of the contents. And the questions were, okay, what are good practices? What are best practices? We were used to deliver knowledge. This was the mode mostly into the face-to-face. Now it is a little bit different because we need to communicate knowledge. And there is a wide difference between both of these. How to communicate knowledge to students within that virtual mode is different than how to deliver this bundle of knowledge into the face-to-face component. How to make learning active. In face-to-face it's easier, but in the online it's difficult. And then pops some new ideas. Games, gamification. How do we transfer our body of knowledge into games so that students will be engaged and accordingly they develop a non-bored experience of opening, okay, I am here today and then I'm going to go and eat, I'm going to go and do something and then come back and so on. And believe me, all through today, I did that multiple times. I'm sorry, I'm guilty, but I did that multiple times. So this is a different way, a different mode. The tolerance, the degree of tolerance. We were strict. We were serious. This is a classroom. This is a sanctuary. The way and mode, of course, we can't be like that into the online. There is a different, again, set of parameters of comfort zone that we need to deal with, that we need to understand from the other side, from the face of the student and how to deal with it. It's easy when we are face-to-face to show a long PowerPoint with examples and discuss and throw a joke here, throw a joke there, because you have that kind of connection with the students. In reality, on the online, there are a lot of these issues that you don't see. And you are unaware to grab the intention and the power from everybody. You can't pull everybody into your lecture. So accordingly, you need to think in a different way. You need short inputs. You need questions. You need reflections. You need the students to communicate, or else engage into a long lecture and good luck. Students mostly will be there so that they would satisfy you, and then at the end of the day, they are going to re-listen to you. By the way, when students re-listen to lectures, do most of you know that they fast forward it, they move it at a double speed so that it doesn't take much time, and they slow at the areas they would think are important. So these are reflections of things, and we are unaware of that while we're doing it. Exams. We talked a little bit about exams and evaluation, and I don't mean anything, but Dr. Ayman noted something into his presentation which is very interesting, and this is actually happening. We want to make the exam tighter in time, tougher, so that students won't cheat. What is this? And are we punishing students because they are online? Again, we are all doing this by default. And guess what? All students cheat. And to them, this is not cheat. To them, this is the opportunity where they feel strongly that, wait a minute, I don't need to just study and rehearse what you're telling me. The idea that I am communicating and talking and getting the information is what I am going to do in reality. When I am faced with a problem at my office, I am going to figure a way to find the information and get it out. So let's think differently. about what we're doing, because I think it is important that we do that. Of course, time management is a major and big problem. Time management between us and how to deal with things, and time management between the students and how they monitor and manage what we want and what we do into their scenario. So the modes of how we teach need to transfer from our regular authoritative mode into being a facilitator, being a demonstrator, being a kind of a deliverer, somebody who would communicate and engage with the students, learn with them, rather than let them learn, spoon feed them learning. Let's stop the spoon feeding. Doesn't work. So these modes of hybrid types of teaching are things that we need to think about, and they are practices that we need to learn prior to claim that we are doing. Now, the other important part, which is the issue that is related to the experience of the university. And if you think about it, this is a road for students to self-depression. And it is a road for students to take off the interest of knowledge into self-destruction. It is a very serious problem. And it is something that we, all of us, have to be extremely aware of while we are conducting our online teaching. How can we get the students back into this idea of the engagement into a university-like experience? In my opinion, it's very difficult to say that online can achieve this. It can come close to some ideas, but in reality, nothing substitutes this. Now, let us talk about a little bit of the danger that is happening to us, and we are a little bit unaware of it. If we look at the economic face of the online, and I think it was mentioned in the morning today, this is a fantastic solution to a lot of owners of university, to a lot of board members, because it reduces a lot of the running costs, a lot of the impacts of what we're doing, and accordingly moving into a mode where the intent at a point of time may be, okay, we have some parts of the lectures that we don't really need the professor in at all. And you can imagine with me how we are moving along ahead. Now, the difficulty in that is that at a point of time, what will be the institution that we call the university? How will that look like? AUC embarked on some investigation of how to deal with this issue. And they developed a committee which searched all practices all over the world and brought together some ideas. And the thought is that they are going to start moving the university into a social and intellectual entrepreneurship platform that actually complements the ideas of teaching and of learning and of education. And we will continue the mode of education and learning and teaching into this remote online category. So the push is that, wait a minute, there is an opportunity here to reshape the idea of a university into that platform where students come in, this is cafe, and come in and do some entrepreneurship business, profitable for the university, some brainstorming, intellectual, cultural ideas, some social interaction, and still let the learning be into the online and the blended modes and so on. What are we going to lose? What are we going to kind of change our setting into? This is a very questionable idea, and we still have to be very careful of how to move into these settings. So at the end of the day, how can we comprehensively look at that? In my view, we need to be careful about not only one thing, which is the technicality and the knowledge, but we also need to know to be very careful about the idea of the character and the personality of who are the students that we are building through that process of learning and education. What will be the outcome in character, in how to look at the world, how to relate to issues and problems, how to face community and structures, how to do that while you have the know-how, but you're incapable of really facing some of these challenges. So we have to be careful about these issues while we're thinking about our new modes of continuing the online education. Thank you again for this opportunity, and really I am grateful to all the presenters that communicated a lot of ideas and thought and experiences into their multiple presentations, and I am grateful again to El-Shuruq for allowing me to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basil. This was an exciting lecture. He gave us a profound example of resilience and distance education, presenting his experience in the Architecture Engineering Department at the American University in Cairo. Thank you again, Dr. Basil, for your presentation, and I hope to meet you again soon. And now, the presentation of Dr. Rami Bakir. I'll present him once again. Dr. Rami is an assistant professor in the Department of Architecture Engineering at the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime. Welcome, Dr. Rami.
Welcome, Doctor, and thank you very much. I hope you hear me well this time.
Very well.
Great, thank you. I apologize for the problems. But again, hello, my name is Rami Bakir. I'm an assistant professor at the Department of Architecture, Engineering, and Environmental Design in the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport in Cairo, Egypt. First of all, I would like to thank El-Shuruq Academy and express how honored I am to be invited amongst the esteemed speakers in this conference. And I would like to also thank all the respected speakers who presented their insightful work and ideas today, and even the questions that were raised by Dr. Basil that were really enticing. I would like to present, however, today some of my reflections on how certain transformations in the educational practices I have witnessed during the first COVID-19 lockdown in my department at AAST Cairo. And I will share now. I hope it works too. Hope everything is fine and you can hear me still.
The connection is good and we hear you. Very nice. You can continue. Thank you, Doctor.
AST has 12 campuses in 8 cities in 3 countries, but my 16 years of academic teaching experience is specifically with the Cairo campus in Sheraton Heliopolis, from where I'm giving my talk right now, and is the focus of my presentation, which I want to use to talk, I want to use this presentation to talk to you mainly about 3 things: a glimpse at AST Architectural Department and its practices during the first COVID-19 lockdown, then some of my research findings regarding the topic, and after that, some of my personal reflections. And before I give you a glimpse of our practices during COVID, please bear with me for a couple of minutes to share with you some of the history of our department that shaped the manner by which we responded to COVID-19 later. I would like to start with the programs that we provide. We have a Bachelor of Science program and a Master's of Science program. The Bachelor program consists of 10 semesters that require normally 5 years of full-time studying to achieve 180 credit hours, and a curriculum that is divided into 50 core courses and 31 elective courses students can choose from. Our first 4 years are validated by for RIBA Part 1 since 2006, and the last year of the bachelor program, along with the coursework of the master's program, together are validated for RIBA Part 2 since 2013. For the presentation, however, I will mainly focus on our undergraduate program that consists of 10 streams of courses, 8 of which are purely architectural. But I have to make a disclaimer first that I will not be able to cover all what happened in all of these courses. I will mainly present some of the practices occurring in AST Cairo
but from what I witnessed as an instructor of 5 courses from 3 different streams in the undergrad program, and also as a coordinator of other courses within the design stream, and also as the head of the RAE committee here, which reviews and organizes all of the work of the department for our yearly examiners' visits. And with that disclaimer out of the way, let me complete the picture of how our school works. Several systems were developed to maintain a unified system between our 12 campuses, leading to a development of our faculty and student portals, allowing access to our internal networks and some in-house platforms. All of this together created our electronic learning management system that we used to rely on in support of our on-campus learning activities before COVID, with some of us using other online platforms such as Facebook and YouTube, which I personally relied on heavily for more than 10 years for any course I used to teach, along with all the other platforms that most probably all of you know. We also had Moodle as an official online platform accessible from the portal that I just mentioned, but it was under development and used by very few instructors before COVID and mainly in other departments. Before COVID and during the last 10 years, I created one Facebook private group for each course I taught to extend my time with my students by allowing us to make announcements, receive submissions, give feedback in time of unpredicted weather emergencies such as today, share posts and links, or share evaluation criteria sometimes. Now, personally, I used Facebook to achieve a hybrid way of running my studios and other courses starting 2011, nearly 10 years ago, as I used it distinctively for how it provided the students enrolled to my course with an extended ability to view their peers' work and the feedback that they get if it was online at the time, and even view the work of previous students as the same Facebook group was maintained for the different cohorts of the same course. And sometimes even students graduating from the department used to share useful information for my younger students. And many times we were able to, as a faculty, to reach students beyond studio times for quick feedback, while allowing both us and our students the ability to go back and see previous iterations of their previous work easily, and also the feedback they received. And many times allowing us to share good examples of design or presentation work, while giving us a chance to make announcements in between classes. And before the pandemic hit, and after years of presuming Facebook benefits, I conducted in 2019 with my colleague, Dr. Sara Saadani from AAST Smart Village Campus, a study to investigate how one of the most used and populated Facebook groups I had, and initiated back in 2013, how it was used during all 7 years of its use to actually understand if its benefits are achieved or not. And based on the research, and the observations and thematic analysis of 796 posts made during the study period, we found that all posts fell under 16 subcategories that were specific to architectural education. And when coupled with the analysis of the survey of the students' preferences, those 16 subcategories fell under 4 main categories that defined the main goals behind the posts, which were, first, the dissemination of knowledge, of design knowledge. Second, the guiding and giving feedback to students, for social communication and interaction, and finally for archival purposes of the different stages of the design process. So these were 16 types of posts that we found very useful for online teaching back in 2019. And based on the research of the observations and the thematic analysis of the, and now that this is out of the way, all of this was before COVID, but these established benefits of social media, along with the official learning management systems developed by AAST and all the other online platforms used, they all came to good use when the COVID hit and were of special help to me since then. As we started the spring semester of 2020 in February, and exactly after 5 weeks and from the beginning of the semester, and incidentally, as my students were just finishing a project that we would have never been able to complete with social distancing, as it involved 40 students working for 6 straight days in campus together in one group. So after those 5 weeks, and on the 14th of March 2020, on a Saturday, the instructions came down the pipeline at 8 p.m. that COVID-19 lockdown would start on the second day, on the 15th of March. A full suspension of teaching on campus was announced. After informing the instructors under my coordination, I informed my students that we will be using Facebook for the next day at 8 a.m. and it's a live feed tool. Other instructors did the same who had such tools ready. And within the week, and also the Academy held teaching for 1 week, which is a bit similar, but for a shorter period of time as the AUC have done. And within that week, we all tried to use our own tools. But after the week, Moodle, that platform that the Academy had, was developed. And it was announced on the 22nd of March that learning would commence using it and Zoom together, which we kept on using till the end of the semester in June. And in the next several minutes, I will preview quickly with you some of the important practices of our readiness and quick resort to the online tools that we had at our disposal at the time. First of all, and for communication, and as I mentioned, we all made use of official and non-official tools and platforms available to maintain as much a lively communication between students and faculty to maintain engagement. And as I said, Moodle was developed, subscription to Zoom was made, and its unlimited time feature was used extensively, and faculty members intensified the use of all the available platforms, going above and beyond as many of the students, along with the RAE examiner who came later, emphasized by the end of this term. And with the continuous flow of information between the administration and Dr. Shifel Fay, the head of our department, and our course coordinators, we were able to relay to the 100 plus full-time and adjunct faculty members all the updated regulations and tools that were available and how to use Moodle to deliver course content, Zoom links, assignments, and feedback. Moodle was also used by students to access their textbooks and to get their feedback and grades. And by using Moodle, Zoom, and other platforms, we were able to give feedback to the many design studios that we have, and also all the other courses. With some of us relying on digital tools for annotations, using tablets and styluses and mouses sometimes, while others developed their own tools to relay manual sketching. In addition to using the official learning management systems, and for content delivery, I still relied heavily on Facebook and YouTube during COVID to maintain one very important issue that I thought missing, and that is the permanent, visible, accessible information. Due to how relevant both Facebook and YouTube are with users, and how they were prevalent, and how they were user-friendly, and how constant access to them was maintained using our mobiles and our laptops that were always logged into them, they provided students with things that I thought Zoom and Moodle did not. And that thing is, it constantly allowed us to archive lecture posts and submissions that are easily to access by simply scrolling down, and with visually clear previewed thumbnails that make the work and the information dispensed by the students and by our team more legible and easier to access to everyone involved, choosing whether they would like to simply preview or open if needed. As for the juries, before COVID, we had juries held in different stages of each design course. And as many schools of architecture in Egypt and around the world during the COVID lockdown, we were able to maintain this practice while even opening to many of our colleagues abroad from universities, international universities, who were able to join in online. This also helped several of our students to develop their presentation skills. As for the quality of the work and its development, we had to adapt our traditional normal poster format, which was nearly obsolete, as our smaller screens replaced the larger physical panels as the main medium of presentation, and made things harder to perceive all at once, which allowed us to push our Design 3 students to test our other means of representing narratives within their design buildings, and to also test how to present the details of the spaces, components of physical models that jury members were not able to examine firsthand due to the juries being on Zoom. And as we used to test design development of students' projects using physical context models in our Design 2 studios, new rapid workshops were prepared to develop model making skills in our younger students, which allowed us to rely heavily on digital tools to be able to test and present ideas in the context, the digitally built context, but online. And some students even found that since a good chunk of the course was already archived digitally and online, they were able to easily present the whole process of the project. And since the department has established before COVID the culture of course portfolios that were usually presented physically. With the switch online, I encourage many of my students to come up with interesting new ways to reflect on their design process, which some of them were able to explore, and even some of them were able to come up with interesting new ways to tell the stories of their process. Many of them also expressed themselves in a way that I didn't expect personally. And regretfully, since we were not able to congregate in our auditorium anymore to learn from invited speakers, instructors, including myself, invited speakers within their courses separately. And if they allowed, we would record the talk and we could upload it to YouTube, which was beneficial, as stated by many students who went back and re-listened. This constant archival also allowed students with problems with the internet connection access, which is a big problem with many of our students, to access the material whenever it was convenient to them. As for our social informal discussions and gatherings with the students, Zoom helped many of us to maintain same practice during and after the course ended. And interestingly, many students also use TikTok to tell stories old and new in their own way after the lockdown. Two other very interesting practices remain that I would like to present that manifested as student initiatives, where some students complained to me once that they missed seeing other people's work in our year-long exhibition in the 4th floor of our building. So we decided to create a virtual exhibition using Instagram that students led and were more involved in. The second activity done by the students was one that students came up with years back before COVID, and that was library talks, which were events that were arranged and attended by few students in our library every month. However, since COVID, its frequency intensified, they had more sessions and the number of attendance rose considerably. Now, these were some of the practices I have developed and or observed during the spring of 2020 at AST Cairo, but not to be painting a rosy picture, I would like to present some of the findings of another new empirical study that we conducted after the pandemic in the summer of 2020, where with Dr. Sara Saadani and Dr. Sharif Abdel Mohsen from the AUC, we decided to use a mixed method approach to understand students' experiences of online design education post-COVID-19, where a survey with open-ended and closed-ended questions was distributed to both the Cairo and Smart Village campuses of AAST, and 19 core and elective courses were chosen with a population of 717 students, and using randomized sampling techniques, a sample size of 356 students was calculated. However, 162 students of which just responded by the time of writing of the first published paper. The quantitative data revealed that actually the overall experience was positive, as 34% of the students thought that the spring semester as a whole was better than their previous semesters, against only 23.5% who thought it was worse. In terms of satisfaction, again, more students thought that the online stage of the spring of 2020 was rewarding, and when asked to rate their overall experience during the online stage, nearly 50% said it was either good or excellent, while around a quarter thought it was fair or poor. One has to say, however, that in terms of effort, students felt that the online stage required demanding level of effort. The qualitative data, however, painted a richer picture, as two families of themes were identified. The first described the positive experiences that students perceived during their online learning stage of the 2020 spring semester. Four main themes were identified, first of which was how students felt that the online stage helped them save time, as there was no need to commute to school and no need to waste time plotting anymore. The second positive experience was that of feeling an increase in support provided by faculty members. The third positive thing for the students was how they felt more independent and able to research for themselves. The fourth main theme capturing the merits of the online learning stage was that of professional socialization, where students were encouraged to learn from their peers and even learn from external sources. On the other hand, three main challenges that students perceived as most critical were identified. The most overwhelming challenge was that of poor internet connection. Achieving balance was with the increased amount of work was the second theme of challenges, and isolation as a third theme included several manifestations where the lack of face-to-face interaction was found hindering. In other cases, students also expressed how not seeing others' work made them feel like they worked in separate silos. Such findings led us to further investigate the data regarding the educational technologies used. Overwhelmingly, students found Zoom as the most efficient, followed by Facebook groups. The reasons appeared to influence students' preferences regarding the educational technologies were mainly four. The first was maintaining live communication. If the platform allowed live communication, then that meant that they would most probably like it, and that's why nearly 80% of the around 160 students said that Zoom was the best. Controlling levels of privacy was also mentioned as one of the preferences. The permanency of digital archiving of their work, and also the instantaneous notification of updates. But when I look at both the observations I presented and also the findings I just presented, along with the very interesting presentations I heard from the keynote speakers and the presentations just now, I'm left to reflect on several issues that I would like to leave you with. I believe that the transformations we have witnessed in the spring of 2020, starting with March 15th in Egypt, and the following summer and fall semester that we have just concluding here at the Academy 2 weeks back, have pushed us suddenly towards transforming our educational system in a way that has not been witnessed at least in the last 20 years of my education and teaching. I also believe that this transformation is not an overarching, sweeping transformation, as was the case in the 19th century with the Beaux-Arts studio model, nor as in the 20th century with the German Bauhaus Atelier studio models. I believe that the transformation we are witnessing now in the 21st century that is expedited by the emergence of the coronavirus is different in nature, as it seems to be more contextual and developing from the bottom up. And by that I mean it is grounded and influenced by our individual technological literacies of each specific place that each of us is teaching from, making it a situated pedagogical transformation affected by our socio-cultural contexts, where the smoothness and rapidness of our transition to online or hybrid teaching relies on the technologies each of us know and master, which could really put us in a disadvantage regarding our current collective status in terms of understanding and using technologies. That is why I believe making technology available, affordable, and accessible is extremely important to ensure digital inclusion and to achieve a quick, resilient form of development in our architectural pedagogy to help us move forward. That is also why I'm very grateful that this discussion and this conference is taking place, as only through such discussions we can bring together different points of view and learn from one another and collaborate. I also think that such discussions must be accompanied with an intensified empirical research, and promptly too. I think we have to start as soon as possible, as many of the presenters said, as I believe that this research in this early stage of the transformation that is most telling in regards of what are the most important aspects from the traditional studio culture that we have been witnessing for years, what will migrate and transfer to this new online hybrid studio culture. And by seeing what will migrate the easiest, we will be able to understand more about our studio cultures. And at the same time, that examination will allow us to understand and choose what should we adopt and keep, and what we could adapt and change, and what we must drop altogether in this new virtual post-pandemic reality. And finally, since I was involved in hybrid teaching for nearly 10 years now, and also researching the subject, I could testify that it is extremely demanding for both faculty members and students, as Dr. Besser just said. However, their performance so far, and from what I'm witnessing at AAST here and at the schools I have the privilege to sit on jury panels in, they have all exhibited astounding performance, but they are all getting emotionally and mentally and physically drained by the effort. And that is why I truly hope that as their efforts intensify, I hope that the universities focus their developments more towards supporting all who are directly involved in the educational process, both technologically and otherwise. Again, I would sincerely like to thank Al-Shuru Academy and Dr. Maha and the Professors Manal and Professor Mu'taz, not only for giving me a chance to talk about this topic that I really care about, but also for investing their time to plan for this conference and gave us the time to discuss it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rami, for your interesting lecture and your impressive presentation. And sorry for delaying you so long.
Not at all.
Okay, welcome. Thank you all my colleagues and attendees for your patience. It was a very nice evening. We all enjoyed the presentations and the rich practices we share. And now the speech of Dr. Mu'taz, the Dean of the Harvard Institute of Engineering, Shuruk Academy. Dr. Maha will speak on behalf of Dr. Mu'taz. Welcome, Dr. Maha.
Hello. On behalf of Dr. Mu'taz Tulba, the Dean of the Higher Institute of Engineering, who had to leave 10 minutes ago, I would love to thank each and every one who participated with us in the event today and contributed to the success of this conference and enabled us to conclude to the following recommendations that will be presented now by Professor Manal Yahya, the conference chairman.
After the great speeches and presentations by our distinguished keynote speakers, we reached some conclusions and recommendations. The experiences of the teachers and the professors in the pandemic helps in the improvement of the e-learning educational system, and they can analyze the crisis they faced in such experience. They can make action plans to improve the way of the perfect interaction with the students to reach the main teaching and learning outcomes of the courses. The pandemic and distance learning offered opportunity to students as it offers them time to follow up their assignments, submissions, and will push architectural education into the virtual reality tools and studios. Moreover, it will accelerate the digital applications and improve the sense of time for the students. So, the e-learning educational process has to be taken into consideration to improve the quality of the outputs of the students, but this needs some modification as follows. The teaching and learning methods to be more flexible and resilient. The curriculum needs radical changes as architectural education has to be active, and the architects need the face-to-face interaction and the sociability. The way of thinking and the forming concepts in form of discussions has to be improved. The lectures of design and the studios of design have to be provided with time-lapse videos for the lectures while designing to improve the skills of the freehand skills of the students. The physical sense of materials as textures has to be improved by the virtual tools. Devising more interesting teaching methods to avoid students' boredom. Considering mental health of students. The pandemic raises some problems of the e-learning methodologies, as the survey process will be affected and will need to be improved as using total virtual programs, which will significantly affect the communications skills for the students. So if the pandemic will continue, these subjects has to be addressed. The e-learning process of teaching and learning is an exhausting task for professors. So their teaching loads have to be reduced to help them improve their lectures, content, and the way of teaching. Hybrid education is more effective than total online learning, so the inner spaces of the studios have to be transformed from the traditional spaces to be capable of providing the students with the isolation aspects as means of safety. Otherwise, the open-air studios have to be considered. At the end, I would love to thank all attendees for their time and patience sharing their remarkable event with us. I'm pleased to specifically mention all of Professor Namir Hakel, MSA University, Thomas Bonner, President of International Union of Architects, Professor Mustafa, UNESCO UIA, Co-Director, International Architect Razem Badran, and Dr. Wasim Nagi, President of the Union of Mediterranean Architects. I'm also pleased to mention Professor Jose Mardigel, Head of Architecture Department at the German University, Professor Ayman Osman, Head of Architecture Department at the British University, Professor Basil Kamel, Head of Architecture Department at the American University, and Dr. Rami Bkir, Architecture Department, Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport, Cairo, and Dr. Maha Fawzi from Shuruk Academy, for sharing their pioneering experience. I would love to extend my sincere thanks to Engineer Saifuddin Abu Naga, President of the Egyptian Architects Association, for his support for this conference and for his diligent contribution to overcoming some obstacles. Thank you. All have a nice evening.
باي 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 ألف ألف مبروك.